Thank you, Director Bennerat. As soon as we get a green light, we'll get going, folks. Well, good evening, everybody. It is Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. It is 7:04 p.m. and this is the Edina City Council, so I hope you're in the right spot. City of Edina, of course, City Council chambers. And as Director Bennerat mentioned, we're doing these meetings in a hybrid fashion. There may be folks that are remote that are watching on cable TV or at edinamn.gov live meetings or on Facebook. And they can participate in both the public hearings. We've got 9 of them this evening, and then community comment, so a total of 10 opportunities to speak with the council. On community comment, you know, some of you are here for some of the public hearings, I'm sure. We won't handle any of those in community comment. So for those that are going to talk to the council about a matter that's of concern to them, it can't otherwise be on the agenda this evening or scheduled for a future public hearing. So just keep that in mind, and we'll talk with folks in the audience first and then go to folks that might be calling in remote to deal with both community comment and for the public hearing matters that we have in front of us this evening. So having provided that information, I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I'm going to ask our clerk, Sharon Allison, to call the roll. Clerk Allison.
Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
Councilmember Risser.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. Next, folks, is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. And now we have a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening. Is there anyone on the council or from a staff standpoint that wishes to modify the agenda in any form or fashion? Hearing nothing, is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as published?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Pierce to adopt the meeting agenda as published. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the meeting agenda as published, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The meeting agenda is approved. And next is community comment. We had advised, I think this would come up fairly quickly. The conference ID number will come up on the screen, I think shortly here. There's your call-in number, folks. As we talk to people from our community that are present in the council chambers, then you should be standing by online. 786-496-5601. Enter the conference PIN number. You'll get to an operator. Press *1 to speak. Director Bennerat will bring you into the council chambers for comments to the council with respect to community comment. And we've got some folks that have some visuals and.
So to advance this.
I see, it looks like we've got multiple presenters that need a little bit more than 3 minutes total.
I don't think any of us will take more than 3 minutes individually. So yeah,
Well, that's where I was heading. Yeah,
Yeah, correct.
You'll have a total of 9 minutes because there's 3 of you presenting.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead with the presentation. And
Okay.
introduce yourselves and give us your address. Thank you.
Sure. So my name's Emily Avilas. I live at 4008 Grimes.
Ed Matthew, 4011 Kipling.
And Lisa Hollensteiner, 4006 Grimes.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, City Council people, as you recall, we were here back in June. A few months have gone by. We're here to address again the roadway reconstruction assessments in Morningside C. Just to give you a brief overview, refresher here, we believe the assessments for roadway reconstruction in Morningside C are inequitable and unfair to its residents. The assessment calculation goes against the common sense, general fairness, and is inconsistent with the city's stated policy objectives. Therefore, we request the City of Edina City Council review the proposed assessment for Morningside C roadway reconstruction and adjust it accordingly. As you recall, we have been speaking with our neighbors. We're kind of a close-knit neighborhood. Some of them are actually here this evening. You'll remember there's 115 homes in Morningside C. 100-plus homes signed our petition in 2 weeks. And additionally, we've been continuing to keep them updated on the responses from the city. That if you recall, Chad Milner gave a presentation, and essentially the response was, this is how we've always done it. And we're here to say thank you, but we're hoping to get some answers to a few of the specific questions that we had asked.
All right, I'll take over from there. I'm not sure how the timer works, but we'll make it. So the first question we wanted the council to answer is, how are residents protected from a project and therefore an assessment being split inequitably? So the video that introduces the road construction says, for reference, each street reconstruction project has a letter associated with the neighborhood. That's because neighborhoods are much too large to reconstruct in one summer. Therefore, we divide them into subgroups, each distinguished with a different letter. But the challenge is we're continually sent back to the assessment policy, but there's nothing in the policy about splitting projects equitably. And in fact, if you take a look how Morningside was split, on the left side you see Morningside DE that has 246 REUs, and on the right side you see Morningside C that has 133 REUs and the bulk of all of Morningside's unassessed properties. And as we mentioned back then, that resulted in a 48% upcharge if you compare the assessment for Morningside DE and then the Morningside C assessment. And the newest assessment, the final assessment just came out, and if the 13,008, which is the current assessment filed with Hennepin County right now, is true, then we're talking about a 65% upcharge from our neighbors in Morningside DE versus C. And so we're just wondering what protects the individuals. In fact, the City Council actually saw this coming even before the residents. We were digging back through the paperwork. And on the 20th of December 2022, the City Council approved the assessment for Morningside C, but it's interesting because the council also sent engineering back to say, how come it costs so much? How come it's more than D and E? And the answer to that was, I'll read it here, the large lot sizes of Morningside C 0 REU properties reduces the total number of project area REUs amount down compared to Morningside D and E, increasing the assessment amount. The sort of non-engineer translation is we put all the big 0 REU lots in that half of the project. So we don't think anything nefarious was going on. We just think that it's split based on what works for doing the project from a construction standpoint. But we think that when you take a project and you split it in half, it should be from an equity standpoint as well. So that's the first question we'd like you to address.
So question 2, is the city allowed to assess residents more than the estimated property value added? The value added shortfall. Under state statute, the city can assess properties for public improvement, but the benefit must be equal to or greater than the assessment. So that's true for DE, where they're being taxed $9,300 and the estimated value is $14,000 to $20,000. So that meets the criteria. However, in our area, we're being assessed $13,800 estimated with an estimated tax value added of or property value added of $12,000 to $17,000. Our question is that legal? Question 3, which estimate should C residents be banking on, the $13,800 or the $10,800? Our estimated was $13,800, then they said possibly on a low is $10,800. Our residents would like to know what the estimated tax assessment is now. So to summarize, number one, how are we protected from a project assessment being split inequitably? And I'm going to emphasize this again because I don't think we were heard last time. The special assessment policy states that homeowners will share in covering the non-residential lots. There is no policy in there that says how the street assessment divisions are determined. We were told that because Morningside couldn't be done in 1 year, they made a dividing line at 42nd Street. And then, because our little neighborhood got almost all the non-residential lots, we have a significantly higher tax burden. That's not fair. I think this has been an oversight. It's remiss. I don't think that I've heard anyone's realized this, but we need a policy about how neighborhoods are divided for these tax assessments. And Morningside C would like an equitable tax assessment. The question 2, is it legal how we've been assessed more than the estimated property value added? And number 3, what's the current estimate as to how much we'll be paying? And I'll say again, we don't have all of our residents here, but we had 103 of 115 homes on a petition. We've kept them informed as to what we're doing. We've let them know what responses we've had from some of you. They know we're here tonight, and we'll let them know what the response is again. We are your constituents, and we're asking you to act in our best interest as well. We don't feel this has been fair, and we want a more equitable solution. And yes, the new streets are nice. For the most part. Thank you.
They're doing a great job.
Yeah.
We're under construction right now.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the council on a matter of concern to them? And I just want to let the folks know, and they've been here before, that it's not our usual practice to respond to concerns of residents at the particular meeting in which the concern is raised. Usually our staff needs a little bit of time to think about the issues involved, and we address them at a subsequent city council meeting, the one that's 2 weeks hence. And I suspect that's what you'd like to do in this particular proceeding as well, is to have a little bit of time to digest what the neighbors are talking about. Well, I mean, we've had these concerns expressed to us before and had conversation about it, but nonetheless, there won't be any answers this evening, I think, with respect to the issues that they've raised on Morningside. Now, here's another Morningside resident on another issue, maybe. I think so.
On another issue. And I could have emailed you as well, but I had...
Give us your name and address, please.
I'm Mary Weatherfelt. I live at 4116 Grimes Avenue South. And it's kind of scary being up here.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Yes, I'll try and do that.
Or raise your microphone volume, one of the two.
Okay. I've come here tonight because a little over a year ago, and this is an unintentional consequence of the whole kind of park reconstruction, which has been really fantastic, and everybody's been working really hard on it. When some of the trees came down, some of the neighbors noticed how bright some of the lights were at Avale Academy, and I was approached personally in September of 2022, and the Morningside Neighborhood Association was approached officially in October of last year. And I reached out to Ross Bentner, who was still in the middle of all of that project work, and because some of it was that parking lot, I reached out to him, let him know my concerns. He set up a meeting with Avale Academy, and in late October, early November, we sat down with the then principal of Avale Academy and talked about the concerns, and I went back to the M&A and talk with them about what are the exact issues we wanted to correct there. And we went to Avale with the city's lighting ordinance, an informal reading of the light being cast from the lights on the property, they're beyond the property line, and a map of the lights that were shining directly out and across the property. And we walked the site at that time. Avale immediately started turning off their lights at midnight, which was nice, and the accessible lights turned them so they were shining down rather than out. And the city began working with Excel Energy, and Ross finished all the 3 lights at the Weber Park parking lot are all now the same color, and the same intensity, which is nice. We have the hockey lights there in the winter. We have those lights which are shielded and shine down. And in January of this year, the agreement between the principal of Vail Academy and myself was that in the spring, when the conditions were better, they would bring in a boom or a lift, and because they've got 7 poles that are about 30 feet tall, and they're high-intensity LED, and they shine out at a 45-degree angle rather than down. And these aren't shielded lights. And the agreement was they were going to do it in the spring. The summer happened. We've got long light hours. We don't notice anything. And I was walking at about 8 o'clock at night when it was dark just a few weeks ago and realized the lights were still shining out. So that path between Golden Years and Weber Park, there is a high intensity LED light shining right at you, and you can't see if anybody's beyond it, so it feels a little unsafe. So I emailed today, found out the principal is retired. There's a new principal. She's worried about safety and feels that shining her lights on the Weber Park parking lot is a benefit to their constituents, and doesn't want to honor the agreement. So what I'm requesting is that the city send a letter to Vail Academy letting them know of the code, the lighting code for the city of Edina, 36120, something like that, and see if they'll abide by the agreement. And I think Mr. Bittner has a lot of our email correspondence and maps about this as well, so he's got it, and I can provide you with any emails.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Helfel.
Thank you.
Might as well keep the Morningside thing going now. Paul Thompson, 4244 Crocker. And just a quick announcement, the Twins just won their first playoff game in 19 years. I'm here for the road reconstruction, but not for that right now. I talked to Ross Bittner last week, and if you look at Weber Park now, we have 2 mountains of soil, rocks, and things growing out of it. It's like a mountain range. And he assured me that there would be a skating rink this year and that those would be moved by the end of October. So I just wanted to put that on the radar screen that we love our park, we love our skating rink, and I'd like to know the plan for the city to clear it off so that we can have a skating rink this year.
And where are these located?
Right on the skating rink.
Oh, right on the skating.
Yeah,
okay.
right in front. Drive down Grimes or 42nd, you'll see them.
All right, very good.
They're quite impressive.
Okay.
My name is Gary Malachnik, 4020 Monterey Avenue. We in the Morningside area, we're very happy that we're now part of Edina. It's a history of an area with not choice lots, smaller homes, and poor roads. But it's a great area, close to grocery stores, Target, we can walk anywhere, okay? As a resident for over 30 years, we have become accustomed to terrible roads on Monterey Avenue. Part of it because houses were built in the swamp area, and therefore they never could get the road because the water was, they had problems in their houses, problems on the road. So the problem with roads lives with us. So all we wanted was a good road. That's all we needed. We didn't have sidewalks, and we never needed sidewalks. The parents would walk their kids up to the 40th. Bus would come up the hill from 45th to 42nd to 40th, pick up the kids. Parents had a chance to talk to each other, and they would pick them up after school. Now, life was good, okay, and we walk every day. So we walk 3 miles a day. We walk on the street. There's no problem. So all we wanted was roads. All this unbuildable land was in Morningside. Okay, there was nothing we could do about it because modern methods of building was not yet available or feasible for these places. So there were swampy areas, just wasteland that deer and other animals used for protection and water. okay? Now, since they've been there forever and they were never used for, charge the animals instead. But anyway, all we wanted was a good asphalt street with no potholes and better service in the winter. We have a great police force, great fire service, and regular plowers and upkeepers of the street tried their best just to get a safe street. All right, cars could pass. Cars would park, there was still room to go through. But now, as housing became more and more expensive, taxes on Morningside, on the, what would it be, the seaside, whatever it is, the lower side, came higher and higher. No, I don't know why, but maybe the council has decided that this area would be a great place to add more $1 million houses. We know slowly that this is happening, but never thought it would get so out of hand. Maybe some thought more $1 million houses in the area would keep driving taxes high enough to drive out some of the older residents, and that would make room for more $1 million houses. We loved our large trees because a lot of them are gone now because of what was put in. Hopefully the council will now look at the evidence presented over there to show you how unreasonable the difference is between one part of Morningside and another part. Hopefully the council will look at the evidence presented and why we feel so strongly against non-resident areas should be charged to the city, not to our little area. We looked at the whole picture and hope you can too. The decision to do all this work has made our streets more dangerous with the great loss of beautiful trees. Well, nothing can be done about what has happened. Would you send kind of a itemized cost of what the expenses were for each part?
Mr. Malachnik, I've let you drift over quite a bit over the 3-minute mark.
I'm sorry.
So can you wrap up? And I'm sorry, I hate to rush you, but I want to treat everybody the same.
We have no accidents there in 30 years. Now the road's been shrunk. So please look at what you've done to us, and nothing can be done, but we're not very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malachnik. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Andy Brown, 5512 Park Place in Edina. I guess I'm really here to talk about NOAA, naturally affordable or occurring affordable housing. My family's been in the neighborhood and in that location since 81, and we have been dealing with flooding issues for as long as we've been there. And I really think it's important that this council and this staff focus like a lightning rod on zoning codes, that they shouldn't be changed, and that building codes should be enforced heavily. I have a woman to the west of me on 5513 Brookview who many years ago had her sump pump drained directly into my yard, and I've mentioned that a number of times to the council and staff, and nothing was done, and even though that's against code. And now the gentleman to the north who tore down the house and put up a new house has substantial lot coverage there, no gutters that were promised by the builder but never showed up, and then has now taken down a retaining wall. And I'm very confused about how 8 pallets of rock, retaining wall rock, cannot increase the impervious surface on that lot. And so I'm very worried about being flooded out. My family's put tens of $50,000 to $60,000 into that house just to keep it maintainable and runnable and there for my son Emmett. And it doesn't seem like staff or the council really understand the danger of what's happening to that NOAA housing. I mean, I could have easily sold and made $750,000 on it, but we decided to stay in Edina. And every day I kind of seem to regret doing that because of what's going on around me with the neighborhood. So, I mean, that gentleman brought up the $1 million homes, and I'm not suggesting that people can't, do what they want with their property within reason. I just think that there needs to be a lot more focus on what's happening to the existing residents, and I just don't see it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, can I ask you a quick question? What's the elevation difference between your property and the one to the north?
I don't
putting
have
in
the exact number on there, but I mean, it has always been there, but the issue is now we're going to have a lot more rock on top of that elevation, and where's that water going to go to? And that's really what it comes down to. If I've already lost a third of my backyard, I'm going to end up using another third of my backyard to take on more water that really isn't mine. So what am I going to do is really what it comes down to. I have to have a generator. I'm a type 2 diabetic. So I've got a generator in the backyard in order to keep the lights on and the power on so my insulin stays cold. You know, I'm really regretting staying here. So, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Brown. There was somebody else that stood up too, I think, when Mr. Brown stood up. Anyone else in the audience? Okay. Look at that smile on Director Benara's face.
I have callers.
She's got people calling in.
I have a couple of people in the queue right now. Operator, will you please unmute the line of our first caller? And caller, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
David Frankel, 4510 Lakeview Drive. I moved to Edina about 13 years ago from the Washington, D.C. area, and a couple of issues went to Andy Brown's point. I lived in what is considered the first planned community in the United States, Reston, Virginia, and they very strictly enforce building codes. And you know what? It works. But the reason I called tonight.
Mr. Frankel, we lost you there. Mr. Frankel?
I'm told by our operator his line disconnected. I'm going to assume he will call back in. Do you want to go to the next caller for now?
Let's go to the next caller and give him a chance to call back in. And
All right. Operator, will you please unmute the line of our next caller? And caller, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hi there, good evening. This is Brad Benyas, 4200 Lynn Avenue. Wanted to understand the City of Edina's phase out of special assessments to homeowners and thus the phase in of any specific higher taxes that effectively offset the phase out of those special assessments. It seems that if we are both being assessed now for the $88,339, as well as paying higher future taxes, that we're effectively paying double, which is certainly a concern. Good evening, this is Brad Benyas, 4200 Lynn Avenue. We're just hearing.
Okay. All right. Did he hang up?
I'm still here. And thus the phase in of any specific higher taxes that effectively offset.
Caller, will you please mute your television or your computer? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Did you have any other comments for the council?
No, I just would like to get a clarification on the phase out of those assessments.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Benyas.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Frankel, are you back? Sounds like Mr. Benyas is still on the line.
No, Mr. Frankel has not called back in yet.
Do we have anybody else?
I don't have anyone else.
Mr. Frankel, if you happen to be watching the council meeting remotely, if you would give us a call, we would appreciate it, and we can take your testimony. And I think we could do a couple of other things here and then go back to community comment. Actually, we got the city manager's response to community comments that were made in the 2-week period or at our last meeting, I guess I should say, is a little cleaner way to say it. And I'm going to turn now to Manager Neal for response to committee comments that were made at our meeting 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Your Honor. These are the community comments from the September 19th meeting. We had 8 persons who offered community comments. About half of them were related to a proposed small area plan in the Lincoln Drive area. Janie Weston provided us some information about a tree inventory, some work that she did that was pretty helpful in terms of tree loss in particular, and so we're taking a look at that. She also wanted to know, she encouraged us to take a look at our tree ordinance, our tree preservation ordinance, maybe after its first year, and consider some tightening of it. Mr. Ralph Zickert was here, talked a little bit about how he was unhappy with the way that staff had approached the Lake Cornelia issues around underwater vegetation. And Kirk Adalan talked a little bit about his concern about double-digit tax increases at the HRA for affordable housing. The council did not move forward with that. Finally, we did have a message from Jim Groats, who asked the city if we could get in touch with Metro Transit about taking out bus station signage and things like that on a bus line that they have at least temporarily abandoned. We did have some staff contact with Metro Transit. They are not willing, they're not at this time considering that to be a complete abandonment of that line. It is a temporary abandonment, so they do not want to remove their infrastructure, their signage and such, until they reach that decision that it's going to be complete, because it will have an interaction with the E-line when that bus line is up and going. And that's all we had.
With respect to Mr. Zickert, who was concerned over water quality in Lake Cornelia, what did we put him in contact with staff after that meeting, or what was the result of that?
Staff had a lot of contact with Mr. Zickert, and so I think it's we're going to continue to have contact with him, but I think that's just continuing.
Okay. So there's a difference of opinion over how to manage water quality in Lake Cornelia between Mr. Zickert, one of our residents, and our water? And
the quality of the data and the methodology that was used to collect it, it's a number of different disagreements.
Okay. And then, Janie Weston. Anybody else have any questions? Yeah, Councilmember Jackson.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the concerns about the bus signs is that they were getting rusted and in bad condition. Did you address that with the Metro Council?
Probably not.
Okay.
When we do, it's their property, and so they replace it. But we'll mention that to them.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That prompt any further inquiry or comments from other council members? All right. Nothing from Mr. Frankel? Okay. Next is the consent agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? I think Councilmember Jackson wanted to remove item 6O.
That's correct.
With respect to the potential appointment of election judges, and just to kind of amplify, I think, what was happening there. Anybody else wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right. Is there a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda in a single motion with the exception of item 6O?
So moved.
Member Risser moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion with the exception of 6O. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Let's go to 6O, which is Resolution 2023-76, which would appoint election judges for the November 7 general election. And I'm going to go first to Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank everybody who stood up to be an election judge. This is a fundamental part of our democracy, and this is grassroots at its very best. And I looked through the list, and there were names I knew and names I didn't, but I know they're all wonderful citizens, and I wanted to have a special shout out. And if anybody's interested in being an election judge in the future, please contact Clerk Allison, because she loves to bring in new people too. So thank you.
All right, Clerk Allison, anything you want to comment on relative to the appointment of the election judges and all the volunteers that step up to serve in this really important capacity?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank them, give them a shout out too for volunteering. And I'd also like to ask for more volunteers for 2024. We have about 5 elections in 2024, so it would be awesome to have more volunteers so that we can give some of the current volunteers a little break in 2024.
Okay. So folks in the community, keep that in mind. Thinking about serving as an election judge, doesn't matter about your party affiliation. We look to try to achieve balance in that regard, and our city clerk does an excellent job running these elections. So, but we need really capable volunteers to help them function properly. Member Jackson, would you care to move Resolution 2023-76?
So moved.
Is there a second? Member Agnew seconds the adoption of Resolution 2023-76, which appoints election judges for the November 7, 2023 general election. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2023-76 say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. That completes the consent agenda portion of our overall agenda this evening. And now we'll move on to special recognitions and presentations. And we have one matter in this particular portion of the agenda, and that is a proclamation involving Energy Efficiency Day. Our sustainability manager is here to accept the proclamation, Grace Hancock, and she'll speak in a moment. Torn ACL and all. She and her crutches will be up at the podium momentarily. But the proclamation reads as follows. Proclamation, Energy Efficiency Day, October 4th, 2023, which is tomorrow. Whereas energy efficiency is the cheapest, quickest, and cleanest way to meet Edina's energy needs, avoid dangerous pollution, and reduce utility bills for residents and businesses in our community. And whereas implementing energy efficiency and other clean energy policies and programs can help boost economic opportunities and job creation while continuing to move Edina toward a sustainable future. And whereas smarter energy use reduces the amount of electricity needed to power our lives, which helps avoid power plant emissions that can cause harm to our health, pollute our air, and warm our climate. And whereas for cities and states like ours that are trying to tackle harmful pollution, energy efficiency can help us make great progress on our emission reduction goals. And whereas energy efficiency makes our homes and workspaces healthier, safer, and more comfortable, and whereas cutting energy waste saves U.S. households billions of dollars on their utility bills every year, up to $500 per household from appliance efficiency standards alone. And whereas the residents of Edina can continue to contribute to our energy efficiency efforts by receiving a home energy audit, learning about and participating in our Electrify Everything Home Electrification campaign or our Community Climate Action Fund. And whereas a nationwide network of energy efficiency groups and partners has designated the first Wednesday in October as National Annual Energy Efficiency Day, and whereas together we can continue to contribute to our sustainability efforts by learning more about energy efficiency and practicing smarter energy use in our daily lives. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Edina, do hereby proclaim the first Wednesday in October as Energy Efficiency Day in the City of Edina and call upon the residents of Edina to join their fellow community members in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation as read?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the proclamation involving Energy Efficiency Day and designating Energy Efficiency Day as October 4th, 2023, for the reasons stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the proclamation say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And welcome.
Thank you,
Hancock.
Mayor. Yeah, very much. I can't say anything better than the proclamation itself. Energy efficiency is the most important thing that residents and businesses can do to take their first step on their climate action journey. The city is excited to acknowledge Energy Efficiency Day on October 4th and really celebrate energy awareness all month long. So you might see some pretty fun social media information coming out to help residents learn about and engage with our energy efficiency programs here in Edina.
All right, good. I'm going to walk down with this proclamation so you don't have to come up to the dais. And hand this to you. And thank you for all the good work you're doing on behalf of the residents of our town.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Photo.
Yeah, you get a good one. I get one. Congratulations.
Very close, very close. Thank you. Great. I wanted to ask you a question.
Well, folks, we've got, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. Can you give us one or two quick things somebody can do tomorrow to celebrate this event?
Yes. One campaign that the city has used in the past is called Turn Out the Lights Behind You, or Tolby. So just remember, at a very basic level, don't leave lights on if you're not in a room. That will save you a little bit of money every year. Yeah.
Terrific. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Hancock. As I mentioned, thank you for the good work that you're doing. Tonight we've got 9 public hearings. Some of them are pretty straightforward, but I'm going to turn to Manager Neal, who wanted to make a couple of comments before we start in on this portion of the agenda.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Particularly for our newest council members, this is a night where we have a number of what we would call procedural public hearings. So there's really not much in the way of input or feedback that we take during these public hearings. So we are asking for council action on them tonight, and that has been our custom. However, when we get down to public hearings H and I, we return back to the council's preferred methodology, and we delay that action to the next council meeting on the 19th, or excuse me, the 17th of October. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right, very good. And as you mentioned, many of these actions tonight are annual sort of activities that we have. And the first one that we have, and we have Tom Swenson, our Assistant Director of Parks and Natural Resources, with us this evening to handle some of these matters. But periodically we have to mow weeds on properties, and there is then a consequence for that when we do the work instead of the property owner. And Mr. Swenson will tell us who should be assessed for those particular actions and why. So I'm going to turn now to Tom Swenson.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So here we are for weed mowing assessments. So now we've included no mow May into our ordinances. So from May 1st to June 15th, we don't inspect residential properties, and we've also raised the height of cut to 12 inches from 10 inches for enforcement height in people's yards. And noxious weeds, as defined by the state, shall be eradicated. When weeds exceed 12 inches in height, the weed inspector attempts to reach the property owner in multiple ways, and finally by certified letter. The owner has 10 days to comply. Park maintenance staff will then cut the weeds, and the properties assess the cost for the labor and the equipment. And for this round, we have 4 different properties that had to be cut by park maintenance staff. This is the list of the 4 properties, and then there's a $30 administration fee. And that's what I have for weeds this year.
All right, let me see if any of the council members have questions for you about those prospective weed mowing special assessments. Council members, anything? All right, this is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open this up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding these possible special assessments for weed mowing on the designated properties? All right. I'm seeing no one standing up and coming forward, and no one asking to speak. Let's go to the folks that are listening online to see if we have anyone who wants to testify regarding this matter.
I don't have anyone on the call right now, but because we haven't had a full minute pass since the public hearing opened, I'd recommend we wait 1 minute before we move on, giving people a chance to call in. My clock shows that it's 7:46, so I'll come back to you at 7:47 or when I have a caller, whichever is first. It is now 7:47 and no one has called in, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with the agenda.
Very good. Is there a motion to close the public hearing in this matter?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the closing of the public hearing with regard to Resolution 2023-69, the potential weed mowing special assessment. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2023-69 is a resolution that would levy special assessments for improvements embodied in improvement number WD-23 for weed mowing on the defined properties that Mr. Swenson described. Is there a motion to adopt that resolution?
So moved. Second.
Member Pierce moves. Member Jackson seconds the adoption of Resolution 2023-69, which would assess the particular properties involved as described by Mr. Swenson. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2023-69 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Next matter involves tree removal and potential special assessments there on those particular properties where we conducted tree removal through contractors.
So this one's tree removal assessments. This one has a few bullet points, but I'll try to touch on the high points. The tree inspector finds and controls the spread of diseased trees. City forester also identifies public safety trees, and we notify the homeowner by registered mail, and there's 31 days to comply. Homeowners have the option to remove and dispose of these trees on their own or with their own contractor. 2 different properties chose to have the city contract the removal of the trees for this cycle. The city forester secures multiple quotes from private contractors. Cost per tree varies greatly, and these fees have been rising quite a bit recently. City staff does not do this work. This is all contracted out. And earlier this year, we changed the assessment policy because of these growing tree assessments to give the residents more time to pay it off and reduce the payment per year. So if it's over $10,000, it's been stretched out to a 10-year assessment. So these are the 2 addresses that have assessments that we're asking for this year. And the same request that these 2 addresses be assessed.
All right. Questions for Mr. Swenson from council members regarding these proposed special assessments for tree removal? All right. This is a public hearing matter. Let me open it up for potential public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to testify regarding the tree removal special assessment embodied in Resolution 2023-70, also identified as improvement number TR-23? Hearing nothing, seeing no one coming forward, let's turn to the virtual world and see if we have anyone who wants to testify regarding the proposed special assessment for tree removal at the two defined properties.
I'm feeling very lonely over here. Again, I'd recommend we wait a minute or so. My clock shows that it's 7:50. I'll come back to you at 7:51 or when I have a caller, whichever's first. It is now 7:51, and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with the agenda.
All right, very good. Is there a motion to close the public hearing regarding Resolution 2023-70, the proposed tree removal special assessment for improvement number TR-23?
So moved. Second.
Member Pierce moves, Member Jackson seconds the closing of the public hearing with regard to Resolution 2023-70, tree removal special assessment for improvement number TR-23. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing in this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 2023-70, levying special assessments for improvement number TR-23, tree removal on the two properties identified?
So moved.
Member Agnew moves.
Second.
Member Jackson seconds the adoption of the resolution as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2023-70, levying special assessments for improvement number TR-23 for tree removal on two properties say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution's adopted.
Thank you.
Next is public hearing C, which is potential certification of delinquent utilities. And our Assistant Finance Director, Pa Tao, has this matter. Welcome, Assistant Finance Director Tao.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. I am here tonight to provide a brief presentation on the public hearing of the annual certification of delinquent utility charges. And by the way of background, state statute and city ordinance allows for city to certify unpaid utility charges to the county for collection through property taxes. The certification process this year involves the city notifying account holders with unpaid water, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, and recycling charges of over $50 and delinquent for 30 days or more. The notification was a letter explaining the pending certification and the time and date of tonight's hearing. So for the next step, if the overdue balances were not paid by October 15th, a $35 administrative fee will be applied to the account. Then the customer have until November 20th to pay the overdue balances. As November 20th is the last day the city will accept past due payments, as city staff will certify any remaining amounts to Hennepin County by submitting the delinquent list and the resolution to the county and apply a 6.5 interest rate. These are all, again, one-year assessment applied to property taxes. A little bit of history or statistics on utility certifications in the past. In last year, in 2022, the final certification included 348 properties for a total of $321,404. As of September 5th, 2023, 1,178 properties were sent notices for a total of $729,535. The delinquent lists attached include those properties that remains on the 2023 certification list. As of today, there still remains 528 properties with a delinquent balance of $462,894. Staff expects the final total certified amount to the county on November 20th will be less. So as today, we're having our public hearing, and then I ask after that council adopt a resolution 2023-73 certifying this year's delinquent utility bills.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Towle? Very good. Thank you for that presentation. This is a public hearing matter, as we mentioned earlier, and is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this potential certification of delinquent utilities to the county for collection? All right. Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, let's turn to Director Benarott to see if we have anyone.
I have no callers. My clock shows that it's 7:56. Let's give some people some time to call in. I'll come back to you at 7:57 or when I have a caller, whichever's first. It is now 7:57, and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward.
All right, very good. Is there a motion to close the public hearing with regard to testimony and Resolution 2023-73, resolution authorizing the certification of delinquent utility charges to the Hennepin County Auditor for collection?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Agnew seconds the closing of the public hearing regarding Resolution 2023-73. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing with regard to Resolution 2023-73 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then with regard to Resolution 2023-73, is there a motion to adopt that resolution which authorizes a certification of delinquent utility charges to the Hennepin County Auditor for collection?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2023-73 for the reasons stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2023-73 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And next we are on to, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Towle. Nice to have you with us. We don't see you enough. So, and thanks for that good work you're doing as our Assistant Director of Finance. Very important job. Now we have Derek Otten with us, who is our Facilities Manager, who's got the next matter. And that is potential special assessments to the property owners at the 50th and France, in the 50th and France neighborhood. And Mr. Otten, welcome, and go ahead and make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight we'll be talking about the 50th and France Business Association. This is the 2021 maintenance improvement, number M23. Excuse me, it's 2022, not 2021. Just a quick background of the area that we're talking about. The areas that are shaded, which is bordered on the east side, France Avenue, the west side of Market Street, to the north, Market as well, and the south is 51st Street. Those areas that are shaded are private-owned businesses. Those that are unshaded are the parking ramps, both the north and south ramps that the city owns, and then the other unshaded areas are city streets and public pathways. Quick rundown of the area is we provide, services to remove trash, plow snow, general maintenance and upkeep of the area. The assessable costs that were occurred in 2022 totals $398,890.21. The assessable square footage of that area is 452,347 square feet. As you can see, in 2022, we will be assessing 91 cents per square foot. And this is down because the 2022 costs, which were incurred in 2021, were much higher. That decrease can be contributed to COVID cleaning precautions. We removed some of those from the area, and then we decreased our planned deferred maintenance to the parking ramps. As you might remember, in 2023, this summer, we did do some extensive repairs to that south ramp, and we were planning that in the year before, so we were able to reduce some of those costs. So we're requesting tonight that we close the public comment after this, and that we approve the special assessment, resolution number 2023-58 for improvement number M23.
Thank you, Mr. Otten. Anybody have questions? Anybody on the council for Director Otten or Manager Otten? All right. This is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify with regard to the proposed special assessments in the 50th and France Business District as described by Manager Otten?
I have a question about the business district. Do they offer organics collection, and how is that program going for the business area?
Yes, the businesses that are participating in the trash and recycling in the area do organics collection, so that's mainly through the businesses, not for the public. We have a mixed bag of participation between mainly the restaurants are down there. I think that in years past, we've had some community outreach through Mr. Bill Newendorf to those businesses that's actually seen an uptick in it. And we, I guess, from year to year, we have to continue to train and teach those businesses the proper way to recycle those organics down there.
Other folks in the audience wish to testify regarding this matter? All right. We have nobody on the line. I don't think we need to wait. All right. So regarding Resolution 2023-58, which is a resolution levying special assessments for public improvements in the 50th and France Business District, is there a motion to adopt that resolution? Oh, excuse me, we got to close the public hearing first. Is there a motion to close the public hearing regarding Resolution 2023-58, which would levy special assessments for public improvements in the 50th and France Business District?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Member Agnew, second by Member Pierce, to close the public hearing regarding Resolution 2023-58, which is a resolution levying special assessments for public improvements at the 50th and France Business District. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And next, is there someone who wishes to move on the council the adoption of Resolution 2023-58, which would levy those special assessments described by Manager Otten for the public improvements at the 50th and France Business District in 2022?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
Second.
Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2023-58. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2023-58, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution's adopted. And next we have our water resources manager, Jessica Vanderwerf Wilson, with us, who has a couple of, well, I guess it's just one matter, which is the proposed aquatic vegetation special assessment that we deal with every year, and she's going to make her presentation now, and it involves several water bodies in Edina. Welcome, Manager Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So this is our annual aquatic vegetation improvement AQ-23 resolution number 2023-68. This is for city-coordinated aquatic vegetation management services. It's services that are requested by residents, not required by the city or the DNR. And our water resources management plan, lake and pond management policy describes how we respond to those requests for service. So tonight, the action we're seeking is action on this public hearing for an annual special assessment for those services. Arrowhead Lake has 36 properties that are in that assessment district, and the itemized services are shown there. They have a lake association that was incorporated in September 2015, and we're proposing an assessment for each of those units at $292.64. At Indian Head Lake, there are 33 assessable units, and we're proposing that each of those units be assessed $449.06. The itemized services are there as well. These are provided in that assessment, proposed assessment notice that goes out to residents. This one is for Lake Nancy. There are 20 residences in this assessment area. We're proposing that each of them be assessed $87.62 each. And this last one, Mill Pond, this has a tiered assessment district, and the costs are shown there for the various tiers of service. So the staff recommendation after the public hearing is closed is to adopt special assessment resolution number 2023-68 for the aquatic vegetation services improvement for the water bodies shown there at those listed amounts for 1 year assessment.
Questions for Manager Wilson?
I have a quick one.
Yes. Member Agnew.
When a service like this is requested by residents, what is the percentage of residents that would be impacted that are required to opt in?
So we require that a lake association be established, and so majority of those residents have to be in favor of making that request, and then that service gets distributed across everyone that's riparian or adjacent to the water body. And then at Mill Pond, there's a slightly different assessment tiering, and there's some history on that too that's on the city website I can share with you directly too if you want a little bit more history on why that one's a little bit different.
And so in this case, majority means over 50%?
50% plus one, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for Manager Wilson? All right, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address the council on this matter with regard to this proposed special assessment on any of the bodies of water described? I know I talked to one of our residents earlier, and I think he's just here to observe. Let's go online. Do we have anybody that wishes to testify?
I don't have any callers. Quite shy tonight on the phone lines. My clock shows that it's 8:07. I'll come back to you at 8:08 or when I have a caller, whichever's first. It is now 8:08, and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with your agenda.
All right, very good. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to move closing the public hearing with regard to resolution 2023-68, a resolution that proposes to levy special assessments for public improvements related to aquatic vegetation?
So moved.
Second?
Got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew to adopt or to close the public hearing in this matter. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing with regard to resolution 2023-68 say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. And now is there a council member who wishes to move resolution 2023-68, which would levy the special assessments described by the manager for these public improvements, these aquatic related improvements described by Manager Wilson?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of resolution 2023-68, which would adopt and levy special assessments for aquatic related improvements on the bodies of water described. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution as described say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. And now we're going to move on to the sound wall matter, and Director Milner has this. This is another public hearing. It involves the sound wall that we have seen go up Trunk Highway 169, Valley View to Apache. Director Milner, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayors, members of the council. Just a little bit of project history. This was part of the MnDOT's Metro Noise Abatement Program. Recall there's a long list of projects that are on there. In 2016, there was 235 of those, and they can fund 1 to 2 walls a year. So they come forward and ask cities whether or not they want to apply to be part of that program, and we did that, and then that was the start of this wall project. So MnDOT's noise wall policy, they'll fund 90% of the wall if it's on that program and accepted. 10% of it is locally funded, and the city has chose to do that over the years by special assessments. Those are assigned to the adjacent properties that stand to benefit from the noise wall, and I'll share how that policy was applied to this project. And historically, the benefit has been 30 decibel reduction or greater. That's what the human ear can hear. This is a 20-foot high wood wall right along 169 right-of-way. It was designed and administered by MnDOT. So this is where that wall on a map is located, just for your reference, just north of Valley View Road, along the east side of 169 and south of Highway 62. So in February, we had a neighborhood meeting in 2018 that was well attended to discuss a possible project. In April of 2018, the council approved that resolution and told staff, let's apply to that MnDOT program and see if we can get a project, and that project was accepted. In December of 2021, we sent an update letter to the neighborhood. In January of 2022, we conducted a public hearing setting the preliminary assessments at this body. And this summer, the wall was built. It was completed in July of this year. And then in August, we got an updated noise model received from MnDOT, and it showed a greater benefit from the wall than what we anticipated, and it included more properties to benefit. So that's a good thing from an overall project standpoint. It was a little difficult to explain that situation to some additional properties. So we sent out an additional letter early September to say we have more people that benefited and more that would be assessed, how we typically manage these projects. So when we had the preliminary assessment hearing, this was the properties that were in that preliminary assessment roll. We had 3 tiers ranging from $5,900 to $2,100, and there was 97 original properties. And these numbers were based on a theoretical wall before it was actually installed and in place, and you can see really the benefiting properties are adjacent to 169. This was the updated model based on the built wall that we received in August. So now we have 4 tiers to the assessments. So those purple ones are that 4th tier is what was added to the assessment roll based on the benefiting properties, seeing 3 decibels or greater benefit, and we added 41 additional properties. The wall was slightly more expensive than we anticipated when we had the preliminary assessment by just under $19,000, and we went from 97 properties to 138 properties. So which ones changed? This map shows exactly what properties changed. So the purple ones were added to the assessment roll late August, early September. They received the letter. The yellow ones benefited from additional properties. They actually had a slight reduction in their assessment than what we told the council in that preliminary hearing. And then there was a few towards that very southern end. There was 2 removed because they did not get the benefit we anticipated because the wall had to be made less length. It didn't go as far because it ran into impacts, so it didn't go as far down south as we thought. So you can see the yellow ones down there were impacted just because the wall didn't go as far as we thought. So their cost was reduced because they didn't have as great of a benefit. We did receive some comments. We received these 4 comments. There was a mix between people that, well, they all didn't support it. 2 of them, the bottom 2, requested a formal objection submitted to the city clerk. And you can see there was 2 of them were included in the original project area and 2 were not. We also received emails and calls from people after I sent the letter out and I had explained the situation, and some of them wanted more data, and then we haven't heard from them since, and we've had other discussions. So we've received these 4 comments on Better Together or through the city clerk's office, and we would recommend approval of special assessments that are embodied in that resolution number 2023-71. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Yeah, Director Milner, thanks for the presentation. Questions for Director Milner? Yes, Member Risser.
I tried to, and admittedly I didn't spend that much time, but I tried to find these comments on Better Together, and I was not able to do that. Are they up there and available for the public to see?
They were when they were open, and then when we set the date, notified in their notices on when they closed, then we download the report. And these are we only received 2 comments on Better Together, and the comments were they don't support the original assessment. They don't feel they should be part of the assessment role.
But without seeing what was actually written, I don't know the reasons why they don't support.
Yeah, the one was they didn't support it because they weren't part of the original project that we had anticipated 5 years ago, 4 years ago when we first came forward. And so they were in this purple area on this map saying we weren't included, we shouldn't be included now. And the other one was somebody on McCully Trail that just felt like this should be in assessments of this magnitude should just be paid by the city. This is a benefit and this is a service the city should use taxes to pay for, so they disagreed with the assessments in that regard.
It would have been helpful to have the actual communication in our packet.
Okay, it's noted.
Other questions for Director Muller? Member Pierce.
Just a quick follow-up. Can you just show us the two properties? I think you said two were removed. You just did that kind of quickly. So the 4, and then show us the 2 that were removed. Yeah.
So the 2 removed are these hatched, 2 over here along Sally Lane. These 6 yellow ones saw less benefit than we anticipated, so their assessments went down from the preliminary assessment roll. Along with a few of these yellow ones here, they had less benefit than we anticipated, but then the purple ones had more benefit based on the existing wall. So this map shows all the changes between the preliminary assessment estimates and now the final assessment.
And the 2 that were removed saw no, or just didn't meet the benefit of
They were under 3 decibels. So they might have got 2, but you can't hear, we set the limit at 3 decibels, and they were less than that because that wall over here was shorter. It was anticipated to be just a little bit further, and they would have had a benefit then, but there was utility impacts that couldn't be adjusted.
Okay, thank you.
Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when we saw this originally, the on-ramp, the people who were close to the on-ramp were concerned about the safety concerns. These ones that didn't get the anticipated benefit, is there still safety help? Because they were concerned that it was a narrow distance between the on-ramp and their home.
MnDOT designed the wall as appropriate. I mean, are you talking the on-ramp to 169?
Yes, the on-ramp to 169, and they were concerned about how close it was to the homes. And is there something there now that is a barrier and maybe it's just smaller than what they anticipated? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, good question. So the wall goes all the way to Valley View Road. So it's in front of every property. So they have a 20-foot wall in front of there, so a car would have to go through there. If it's close enough to the traveling vehicles of the highway, then it requires guardrails and stuff like that. I don't recall right offhand exactly what was installed on the on-ramp to the highway, but there is a wall in front of every property along McCully Trail.
Okay, that was my question.
From Valley View Road to the north.
So it was, in addition to the sound, it was going to be a barrier, and that's there. So.
They didn't, before it was a chain link fence.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So what was the methodology used to determine noise decibel reduction property by property? Did they do that before the wall was built? They went and measured at every single property that's on the assessment roll, and now they went back and did it again property by property?
I think I'll call Natalie Reese up here from MnDOT. She's the Noise and Air Quality Program Supervisor, and we had her here just to answer noise model specific questions that I can't answer. So, Natalie?
Thank you. Well, welcome. Thanks for being over here this evening. And
Yeah,
would
no
you
problem.
reintroduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor, members of council. My name is Natalie Reese. I am the MnDOT Metro Noise and Air Quality Supervisor, and I manage the Metro Standalone Noise Wall Program. All right, and to answer your question, so the noise level reductions are based on a modeling process that we use. So basically, we modeled the wall back in 2018 when we had a very early preliminary design, and then we modeled it again later on when we had a more finalized design during the 60% plans, and that's when we kind of noticed those changes, that basically a more precise and accurate version of what is actually being built was modeled at that time, and we were able to see the additional noise reductions from. So no, it's not based on monitoring. We have one monitoring site that we collected in 2018, so all of these reductions are based on modeling.
So what does that mean?
So essentially we build a sound model. It's a program called MidNoise, and it includes inputs including the traffic volumes on Highway 169, and then a point for each receptor of every house in this area. And then the model calculates what is the noise level with a wall and what is the noise level without a wall.
Property by property?
Property by property,
okay.
Yep.
That's helpful. Yeah, we want to have a level of confidence here that people, especially those that weren't involved early on in the potential assessment, and their voices probably weren't heard in the same way. that we understand why there could be a potential assessment for them based on your modeling that's determined that the benefits went deeper into the neighborhood, is the way I read it, than you had originally anticipated.
Correct.
Okay. That prompt questions for Natalie? Member Jackson?
Yes, thank you. The modeling, does that include the altitude of the different homes?
Yes, yep, we include both the distance that the houses are from the roadway, and then we use the elevations from data from Mintopo.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And incidentally, the wall looks terrific. I mean, and when you drive down Macaulay now, it's pretty remarkable. So, other questions? All right, let's stand by. We may have some. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to testify regarding this matter? I'm going to open it up now for public testimony. Okay. Hearing nothing, seeing no one coming forward, the public testimony opportunity continues. Anyone online?
I do not have anyone, but let's give some people some time to call in. My clock shows that it's 8:21. I'll come back to you at 8:22 or when I have a caller, whichever is first.
While we're waiting, it would be good to have MnDOT come sometime and show us how the modeling works with a PowerPoint presentation. Yeah, thanks for that.
And we could maybe do that with the tight diamond right out the front door here. So Natalie's being part of that noise analysis with that big interchange project. So there's going to be opportunity to have a lot of data supported there, and meeting with the Sunny Slope neighborhood again on the noise and the potential wall that's going along that off-ramp.
Okay.
It is now 8:22, and I don't have any callers, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with your agenda.
All right. Resolution 2023-71 involves potential special assessments in the area described by Director Milner, Trunk Highway 169 to Valley View to Apache. It's a noise wall improvement. Is there a motion to close the public hearing regarding this matter?
So moved.
Second. Okay. Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the closure of the public hearing regarding Resolution 2023-71. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing regarding Resolution number 2023-71, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then with respect to Resolution 2023-71 itself, which is a resolution levying special assessments for those public improvements related to the noise wall on Trunk Highway 169 as described by Director Milner. Is there a motion to adopt that resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2023-71. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2023-71 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2023-71 is adopted. And now we are moving on to another matter that Director Milner has, and we heard a little bit about it in the public comment portion of the agenda this evening, and that is Resolution 2023-72, which involves a potential reconstruction special assessment for the Morningside D and E neighborhood.
Correct,
Director
Mayor.
Milner.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Yeah, we heard comments on Morningside C, so I want to make sure we're clear. So Morningside C will be coming back next October to talk about assessments on those properties that we had community comment tonight and have been discussing over the summer. That project is being constructed right now and we'll be back next October. This is Morningside D and E. This was the portion where the majority of the work was constructed last year, and it's embodied in Resolution 2023-72. So this is the project area we're assessing for. It's the majority of this neighborhood was constructed last year. Recall we did have some challenges with a private utility company and we had to delay 42nd Street, Grimes, and Morningside. So there was two sections of road that are finished this year and some of the restorations still occurring today to finish by the end of the year. So that's not typical practice to have some work still occurring when we're in front of this body for special assessments. But the majority of the work was completed last year in 2022. These were the estimated, or not the estimated, these were the rounded amounts that have been paid as part of the contract, broken down by the street, which is the assessable portion, You got the 3 utility funds, the PAX fund, and then this also had a big portion of that flood reduction project that was started in the Weber Park area and then did tie into the streets surrounding some of these areas. We had a public hearing on December 13th, 2021.
I want to back up to that prior slide and explain to folks what the proposed special assessment involves in these categories. It doesn't involve all of them. It involves just one of them, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, exactly. It only includes the street costs. So it does storm, sanitary, and water are paid out of the utility funds. The PAX is a franchise fee that is, again, paid separately, and the flood reduction is also paid out of the stormwater fund. So the only assessable cost is the street amount here, and it's based on the assessment policy. So we have been starting to transition that policy, and I'll get into that here in a little bit on how the assessments have been impacted by the change of that policy.
So all the costs, go back to that slide again for a second, all the costs involving stormwater, or water and sewer upgrades and sanitary sewer upgrades, I guess it's stormwater upgrades, sanitary sewer upgrades, water main, the PAX fund, which is the sidewalk, and the flood reduction, that's all being borne by all of the residents of the city of Edina.
Correct. Yes. It's only the street portion that's assessed to the adjacent benefiting properties. Right. So we had the public hearing here in December of 2021. The council authorized the project December 21st. At that meeting, we recommended a preliminary assessment of $9,400 per residential equivalent unit. After we've done all the calculations of the work that's occurred and completed, we're proposing a final assessment of $8,338.95 per residential equivalent unit. We did receive some comments, and again, apologize for not having those in the packet. We're still getting emails right up to the minute of this meeting to City Clerk Allison on formal objections to have that in writing as they're required to. So we've had and then I've updated this as much as I could prior to the meeting, so I think there's still a couple emails that I didn't get in here before the meeting. We received a few formal objections, so it's based on restoration. 2 people didn't give a reason. There was one question about, did the city recoup any costs from the contractor for delays? And if so, did that lower the assessments? And I can answer that question of, we didn't recoup because it wasn't the contractor's delay. It was a private utility company, so it did not impact assessments. There was one comment from 4400 Morningside Road. They just want all these assessments to end now and not transition per the policy and the task force work that was previously discussed here at this body.
You might provide a little more detail around that thought that this resident had at 4400 Morningside Road.
So yeah, about 3-4 years ago, we were in front of this body proposing a very high assessment on a project, and council directed us to take a look at the policy. There was a street funding task force identified with 7 members, and we studied assessments and how streets were paid for over 8 or 9 months. And they wrote a big, long report, and that report is still on Better Together if anybody's interested. They came with a recommendation to slowly transition from 100% assessments to 0% assessments, but do that over 16 years because we've already reconstructed streets for 22 years, and we have about 16 years left. So they felt like by the time we transitioned to 0% assessments, everybody in the city every property would have been assessed one time a portion of their project. So we're on year 3 or 4 right now, and we're at like 63% assessments versus the 100% rate.
Okay, good. Thanks for that.
So we're recommending you approve the specialist.
So this resident was suggesting that we accelerate that process that we've made a decision on and go right to the 16-year mark and just have this all be a general levy across the entire city.
Correct. That was that comment.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I would recommend you approve the special assessments embodied in Resolution 2023-72, and I could stand for any questions.
Questions for Director Milner? Yes, Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you. One of the things I remember that came in this new policy, people were saying, well, they're going to pay, double. But can you give us a rough estimate of the amount of an assessment versus the amount of property taxes an individual property would pay, and the difference? So it's my understanding it's not a 1-to-1. It's more like a 1,000-to-1 type of. Do you remember the figures on that?
Exactly. We analyzed a $10,000 assessment. That's typical, $10,000 to $15,000, and we compared that to the taxes. The taxes were hundreds of dollars. It was very much that 1,000 to 1 rate that you just mentioned, so much smaller. It wasn't a double dip. The assessments dropped 25% that first year, so it went down to a much lower number right off the bat that would cover most of the taxes that anybody would pay over even that 16-year transition period.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Director Milner? Yes, Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So just more of a procedural question. Some of the feedback we had earlier from the Morningside C group, there were a couple of points that seemed logical to me, questions that were asked. One in particular would have been the REUs in Morningside D. And so in this particular project, how do we, and this is the way I interpreted it, how do we ensure that those properties being removed are equitable across the entire neighborhood? So that seems logical to me. It's a great question. My concern or question then would be, if we approve this assessment, and then once we look at Morningside C again, how do we adjust if we do decide to make some logical adjustment based on the feedback?
So if you recall, they've submitted a petition. They've had many questions. We've answered that same question that they've brought forward tonight during community comment. We answered it in December of last year. We answered it in January to the council. I presented to you in July. And I said there is no fair and equitable method. The task force has said that there is inequities just because of how the streets are laid out and how properties are laid out and different property classes. It's based on the infrastructure, and sometimes it's random based on where the zero lot line. So my recommendation in July is we're not going to make changes. This is what they don't like the answer of what I've said is what we've done for 22 years is not fair and equitable, and the task force has identified that. So unless council directs otherwise, in July there was no direction to tell staff to change those assessments. We'll consider their new questions from tonight and answer those again at the next one, but I guess I personally don't see how this one, if we change C, we'd have 23 years of people, what about me, what about me? So this has always been in those numbers. It's kind of a random based on the infrastructure.
Yeah, so I just think if we are gonna take the position of saying it's not going to be fair and equitable, I'm okay with that, but we should state that, especially if we're approving this particular assessment tonight. So that's kind of where I'm going with my line of questioning.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So fair and equitable relative to one neighborhood versus another, or fair and equitable within the proposed assessment area? Because we had this same issue a couple of years ago, kind of southeast of Our Lady of Grace, where we did a project over like a 2-year period, and I can't remember the name of the project.
Yeah,
Richmond, and those were different assessments, and you made a determination how to divide up that large project from an engineering efficiency standpoint, which I assume is what you did here, and that was one of the questions we had tonight, was how do you determine how to divide up large projects from a geography standpoint?
Yeah, great point, Mayor. So they are fair and equitable within each project. Everybody in here is getting the same assessment within that project area. If you're starting to compare this project to 2020 project, there's no project in all those years that have ever paid the same assessment. That's just not our policy. They're all different numbers. Lot sizes vary, but we break out the project areas. We can't do the entire Morningside neighborhood. We've done that over 6 different construction cycles. So every one of those 6 neighborhoods could come and say it's been different. Everyone has a different assessment. We base it on the infrastructure. We base it on the roads that kind of cut and make bite-sized pieces that we can actually handle during construction. That's how we break those pieces up. So it's really based on that infrastructure. And the last piece we looked at was lot sizes. So traffic generated by similar sized lots also was a determining factor of whether the line went on 42nd versus Morningside. And in this case, we know the lots are bigger north of 42nd. We wrote a memo in December stating that fact, that the lots are bigger than south of 42nd. So that was another determination in that boundary line for the project.
that might be a good project to take a look at between now and a year from now when we get to C, because I think it's Birchcrest A and B is what I recall. And if you ask that neighborhood, Birchcrest, did they all think they were in the same neighborhood? They probably thought so, but then the project got divided up because it was such a big piece of geography. But I don't think the assessments were the same for Birchcrest, one Birchcrest project versus the other Birchcrest project, and for a variety of reasons.
Exactly. They're never
And
the
you
same.
might want to take a look at that and get that information out. And I think Member Jackson had a question.
I do, thank you. So if we don't divide it according to the engineering of how to do the streets, but instead try to draw the lines differently, does that increase the costs overall of a project? Is part of it, when you're looking at an engineering decision, a cost minimizer?
There's scale, there's economy of scales. We don't want to do one block here and one block over here. We want to do it by an area. But then it comes down to just budgets. How much can we afford to do in 1 year? And we couldn't do this whole neighborhood in 1 year because it's really driven by the utility funds and how much we have available based on utility rates, what we can do every year.
So that's not what my question was. If you draw the line horizontal, east-west versus north-south kind of thing, is there an engineering reason in reasoning in how you put it together? I mean, we looked at lot sizes, but is it about hills or natural dividers? If we'd done it north-south and north-south instead of east-west in this division, would that have had engineering ramifications?
I think we could break it. We could have just did a whole long strip 8 blocks long. That's just a different way to do it. We typically stop at our state aid routes. 44th Street. Now that's a nice break because that's a different funding source and we can do the streets north. France Avenue is a nice hard border, St. Louis Park. So whether they're squares, rectangles, it really doesn't matter from an engineering standpoint. We just sat at a table. Actually, it was before I was even here. All these neighborhoods were laid out before I was here.
So if we're looking at municipal aid streets versus neighborhood streets, then that is a logical breakdown. It's not just totally random, that there are reasons behind the lines that were drawn. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Back to Member Pearson, I think Member Agnew, and then this is a hot topic. And Member Risser.
So I liked where Member Jackson was going. So I'm going to just kind of rephrase what I was saying. If what it feels like is that if we had done an assessment based on all of Morningside to figure out how to pay for a reconstruction of all of Morningside, then we would have come up with some assessment. The REUs would have been included in the all of Morningside, not C or D, right, the way we did it. And so if we had done that, and then we said, this project is too big for us to do, so we actually have to break it up to actually get it done, those two things to me seem like they should be separate. And the way I'm interpreting the feedback from the residents is that's the question. And so that's what I'm actually asking. It's more, and it sounds like what we did, the way we're describing it at least, is that we split it because the project was too big, and then the way we chose to split it, then we did the assessment based on the split. And I'm interpreting the feedback is that seemed inequitable to the Morning C portion of the project. So if we had done an assessment for all of Morningside, all in, and come up with the assessment, then similar to Member Jackson's point, had we done that, does that impact the cost somehow? Would the assessment look the same, or would it look different? How different would it look? And then if you separate the project is getting the work done, and it's not combining the two. And it seems like we combine the two, and to me, that's what the confusing part of it is.
We did the method you explained. Right? We didn't look at an overall assessment for all of Morningside because we knew if we did and set a number, I wouldn't know. We did Morningside over 10 years or 15 years. So, I mean, you got inflation, you got, just to be able to set a number at year one when there's 10 years of construction would be very difficult. So we've always said we're doing it 3 years out, we'll notify you, here's the project areas. We typically don't do neighborhoods right next to each other, so this has never been an issue of back-to-back neighborhoods. We like to separate it out by years. So I don't know if I got an answer to your question.
Yeah, no, and to be clear, I'm trying to rationalize, like, well, what are we going to say? And I don't think it's okay for us to just say, well, it's just not going to be equitable. So we're all on the same team here. I'm asking questions to just figure out how we're going to do that. And if we do approve this, then what does that mean for how we assess the feedback from the Morningside C group? And if we're not going to, if we're going to say, well, it is what it is, then we ought to just say that and kind of move on from it. But that, right, I mean, that takes courage for us to just say, hey, thanks for coming, but it is what it is. We're going to move on. It's not going to be equitable. And here's the process we used.
Member Agnew.
Thank you. So my thoughts are coming at it from a different angle, and I think that specifically that the work hasn't yet been completely finished. And so with every other assessment tonight, it's all for things that have been in the past, that have already been completed. We did the lawn mowing. These are utilities that were used that haven't been paid. The trees are down. But in this situation, I know that a majority of the work is done, but some of it still remains. And so I'm curious, do we have other past examples where we've enacted a special assessment like this, where the work had not yet been complete? And do we run any risk of putting out this assessment, levying this assessment, and then subsequently, by the end of the year, the work doesn't finish? And what does that look like, and what happens then?
Every project is not done when we come to you. There is 2 years of warranty work. There is, you just recall the last 5 years of trying to get grass to grow. We've been back year after year after year after the assessment. So that's basically what's left is the turf restoration, and that's been a common issue not completed in the past. 95 to 99% of the project's done. All the accessible stuff is done. It's just the icing on the cake, and it's the grass. Basically, we're down to the grass and a few retaining walls. So very common with projects we've always done here.
Okay, and then in certain situations too, I've gotten feedback that potentially staircases without railings yet and going into the winter months, that being a concern. And I understand that there are just lead times for things like steel and all of that. In those particular situations where safety is a concern, is there any mitigating factors that we can do as a city in the short term before the steel is fabricated in order to ensure that at the very least the conditions are safe while we're continuing through the completion?
Yeah, we received comments from a neighbor that wasn't one of the people with the railings. We've been working directly with those. There's 2 people that have railings that are due. One has chose to hire their own firm to install the railing because they had them fabricated on the back of their house. We told them that's going to take 9 months. They said it doesn't. They've reached out, and their company said it's taken 9 months. So they're dealing with that on their own. The second one should be in November before winter. We've also left the retaining wall high along those steps, so there's a barrier to not have an issue with safety on the edge of the steps. So we're working directly with those 2 people on the railings.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate your optimism that winter will not be here before the end of November.
Member Risser.
As I look at this, my big concern is that the area that's green, the REUs that are totally zero, my understanding is that represents parkland, but also there are situations where we have a small public building, a works building that is also green. Is that true? Maybe not in this neighborhood, but I think if I'm remembering past dialogue, what are the areas that are zero REU? It's parks, small public facilities, a lift station, I think one of those that blends into the neighborhood. Is that?
You're partially correct. So if there's a lift station or a well house or one of those vital pieces of infrastructure, we take similar sized lots and put it over that and take that area out. if it's park and it's a developable property, this whole thing is in a floodplain, so it's not. But if it was developable, we have assessed ourselves, and many of our parks, which I showed in July, will take similar sized lots, and we would have assessed ourselves 8 units or 10 units. As long as it was not in the floodplain, because no one can develop in the floodplain for the most part, we don't assess ourselves for that. So it's strictly vital infrastructure and floodplain. Any other city property, we assess ourselves. The REUs, that would be based on a typical size lot within that neighborhood.
Well, parks are inherently usually located on land that is flawed. That's why they're there. And I think there's a real kind of disconnect to sort of just say, well, it's not developable, ergo, we are not going to give it any REUs, which, or put any assigned value, because that road is needed to get to the park. People use it to get to the park, not just the neighbors. And so, one could make the case that it is more valuable to residents outside of this neighborhood than, the individual lots that represent property. So I think, when we were coming at this, we're really missing a critical point. And the other thing is that you need the street to get to the park, to take care of the trees, to do the mowing, to do all of that. So I think the idea that, if it's in a floodplain, we're just going to go poof, that makes no sense to me.
Thank you, Member Ruther. That could be a question we take up. We got some time to think about that. Did that prompt anything from anybody else? I wanted to I walked down to talk to our city attorney, Dave Kendall, about Chapter 429, which is where all these projects reside. And so the notion I was concerned about was that if we wait, we cannot raise the assessment on D&E over and above what the preliminary assessment was going to be. That's what I understand. So if you're looking for equity relative to C, D, and E, it would mean that D and E have to go up and C's got to come down unless you allocate some funding to the city. And we can't do that under the law, as I understand it. Now, Attorney Kendall, you might want to comment on that. Maybe I didn't do a very artful job of explaining what I was concerned about.
Mayor, looks like Member Pierce wants to comment.
Yeah. So I'm kind of regretting now that I started this. My only point in asking the question is we're being asked to approve the assessment for D&E. And I think the question that you asked that's the crux of the question for me. So if we do approve this and we look at C and we decide we should do something, then what options do we have, if any? And one of the if any's is to say we're not going to, which we've already said I think at least once, that we're not going to make any changes for C. But I didn't mean for us to start questioning D&E based on that. It's more of a procedural question. If we approve D&E and we have this outstanding question about C, then what does that mean if we decide that we do want to make a change from an equitable standpoint for C? And I think part of the answer you just gave is part of that.
Right. Your only option would be to bring C down to the D&E level, because you can't, under 429 procedures, you can't increase D&E right now or a year from now.
Okay.
I thought a couple of the questions that were raised were interesting. Was, how do you determine how to divide up large projects geographically? I mean, we've talked about that in the past, and then somebody raised the question of whether that should be in the policy, as to how you divide it up. I could see where that would be difficult to define from a policy standpoint, because you're making decisions based on geography in a particular neighborhood and the size of the neighborhood, and trying to figure out how to do it that makes the most sense from an engineering standpoint. So to embody how you divide up large projects from a geographic standpoint seems to me to be difficult to embed in a policy. You have to trust your engineering staff to figure out how best to do it to minimize impact on people, I think. And I think you guys do a good job of doing that. Would I feel good if I lived in a neighborhood where there was a bunch of city property that didn't get an REU assessment? Yeah, no, I wouldn't feel good about that. On the other hand, I was thinking up on Brookview, and I think I mentioned this before, above Arden Park. I remember when those streets got redone several years ago, because those were determined to be developable lots above, in the park, above the skating rink, if you will, above the creek. We took on like 6, 7, 8 assessments up there.
Correct.
For ourselves to minimize the burden on the neighbors. Now, I think Member Risser raises an interesting question. If there's city land there, regardless of whether it's developable or not, should we be thinking about sharing in the cost for a lot of other reasons? I think that's something to think about between now and a year from now. It's a policy decision for us to make.
It is.
So anyway, the neighbors from C, I can see where everybody in Morningside thinks they're in the same neighborhood, and they are. But,
And I would offer the assessments.
And everybody in Birchcrest felt the same way, but I don't
They're
know.
getting very close. Based on the low bids, the assessments are not that far apart. And they showed that on one of their slides today.
All right, let's stand by. Let's open this up for public testimony with respect to the potential for special assessments on the Morningside D&E neighborhood, a portion of that neighborhood. And we're going to take testimony right now. And somebody has leaped up to come and talk to us, one of the neighbors from D&E. 2 of them so far. All right.
My name is.
Go ahead.
My name is Mindy Aller. I live at 4244 Crocker Avenue. And Paul, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Yes. I'm Mindy's husband, and I live at 4244.
And your name for the record.
Paul Thompson. Thank you for your work, and the staff. Thank you for the staff for your work.
So some of what I'm about to say has been alluded to by Director Milner. What I would like to request is that you delay the assessment for 1 year because the project is not complete. And I would like to illustrate how from our particular perspective, it is very much not complete. We live at the top of Crocker, which was heavily impacted as part of both the street reconstruction, but the flood infrastructure project that was done at the same time, and it was particularly impacted right in front of our house. So our front yard has continued to look like a rubble pile for over a year, waiting for landscape repairs to be made. The area in front of our front yard adjacent to the street remains unworkable and unusable due to hazards created by construction that have not been repaired or replaced. There's a hole that has not been fully filled. There's a railroad tie that was next to our driveway leading to our retaining wall that has been tossed to the far side of the yard. It's something too heavy for us to move, and we don't have the skills to put it back to where it belonged as part of our driveway wall. There was a small decorative wall in the front that has not been reconstructed. It's a pile of stones on top of plantings that were there, and there's no way to know how those plants have survived after 2 years of disruption. The plants that were removed from the front are sitting in buckets in our backyard and have not been replaced. There are no parking. The no parking signs have not been replaced. One of them goes in our front yard, and there's a temporary sign, though it's in the wrong place. The wall along our driveway was damaged in the construction, has not been reconstructed. It's clear that it was hit during construction, and the shaking, because of the flood infrastructure, has damaged other stones in the wall. The year prior to the street reconstruction, we had hired someone to reconstruct and repair a portion of this wall that was needed at that time, and some of that has been redamaged. We requested that no grass seed be put in our front yard because there were wood chips in this area, not grass. Grass seed was put in. The grass has now taken root where we don't want grass because we can't mow it there. And it still needs to be removed and replaced with wood chips. So we've been told multiple times that the landscaper will be working on our yard in the coming weeks. We have not had any work done. nor have we met the landscaper. We've had no written confirmation of the work that's to be done, nor by when, and though we've had numerous conversations with city staff and consultants over the last 2 years about these details. So as you can see, this demonstrates from our perspective that this project is very much not done. So I imagine that some of this is due to the flood infrastructure versus the street reconstruction, but from my perspective, it still looks the same, that my yard is a shambles that has not been repaired. And I find it unfair to be expected to pay for the project that is not complete. And I have no confidence based on the performance in the time frame of this project that this work will be completed by the assessment date. And furthermore, until the landscaping in my yard is complete, I don't know if I will have additional work or money that I need to spend on it to bring it to my satisfaction. And that makes it hard to budget to pay the street reconstruction payment at the same time. So I'm very worn out from 2 years of construction in our neighborhood. I work from home, and I've dealt with the noise and a house shaking from the construction for 2 years. I have always had positive relationships with city staff, and on other occasions have been very satisfied with the work done. So this has not met my expectations of how a city project generally operates. And the constant delays and the uncertainty are very exhausting. So I thank you for the time and for considering my request to delay this assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. And Mindy usually doesn't get upset. Or she does, but not about things like this. So the work is not done. Crocker has big bumps at the end of both the north side and the end. So that's not finished. 42nd Street is not complete. There's another layer that needs to put on. Morningside is not complete. These things are sticking up, the little round metal things. So there's a lot of work that is not done. So I ask that you pause the assessment. And I think we were told last year that none of the assessments would be given until a year after all the work was finished. So I don't know if that's true, but I remember hearing that last year from either Aaron Ditzler or Evan Acosta, who's not here anymore. So work's not done.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I was going to say, and it has been further complicated by the fact that there's been turnover in staff throughout the 2 years of the project. So,
thank you, Ms. Ayler. Good evening. Thanks for your patience this evening.
Not at all. I've been waiting a long time to get here. My name is Bill Alexi. I live at 4243 Crocker Avenue, across the street from Mindy and Paul. We, as Mindy had mentioned, were severely affected by the flood abatement project and appreciate it. Think it's a great idea, forward-thinking, wonderful idea. Because they had to dig so deep on that, they took a large portion of our front yard, including a flower garden and a wall that was out front. This was last August, I believe, when they tore it down. They came the day before they tore it out, saying, here's what we're going to take. We had expected them to take maybe up to the boulevard, maybe the sidewalk. Didn't expect the wall and the garden to go. Understand the city has a right to go a certain amount, but we didn't learn of this until the day before they did it. And they said, do you want to save the plants? I said, yes, we'd like to save the plants, thinking that they would set them aside. The next day they came, they were ripping them out. I ran out and saved as many plants as I could. The front yard lay barren throughout the entire winter. We had front steps that come down. The steps at the very front were taken away. There were none there. Halloween comes, we've got trick-or-treaters walking off my wife's front, yelling at them, be careful, don't fall off the edge of the world here. So it stayed that way until this summer, I believe it was June, the 1 week that we went away on vacation. They decided they'd build the wall. They built the wall. They filled it with stone, which is used for drainage, but they filled it all the way up. And our landscaper said, there's no way you can plant here. This is stone to the top. What are you going to grow there? So we asked that the stone be removed. And we waited and waited and waited, and it didn't happen. One day, the city was coming around putting dirt in, and my wife saw that, and she didn't want them to put dirt on top of the stone and compound the problem. So she went out to speak to the person, the subcontractor who was doing that work. And she said, "Excuse me, can you tell me what you're doing?" His response was profanity. Unacceptable. No one should be talked to that way. And the city owes her an apology. I'm 72 years old. I went in the garage, I got my shovel, I dug out all the stone, put it out on the boulevard. I purchased $1,000 of topsoil and filled it in myself and did in 1 week what the city couldn't do in 3 months. What I would like, I spent $1,000 for the dirt. I'd like the city either to reimburse me, and I understand there's a policy where the city does not pay individuals, but I think these are extraordinary circumstances. Or if not that, deduct that amount from my assessment, so at least I can feel made whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexi. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one coming forward, hearing nothing. Nothing online. Okay. I'm sure people would have queued up by now. Is there I'm on the assessment roll here looking at things. Let me get into the resolution itself. Is there a motion to close the public hearing regarding resolution number 2023-72, which would provide levying of special assessments for public improvements in the Morningside D&E neighborhood?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion to close the public hearing by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing regarding this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Let's have some conversation with Director Milner about some of these individual concerns that have been raised and the timing of a potential passage of the resolution versus getting this work done, these long lists of things addressed.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss the performance of the contractor. I would agree with all the comments. It is one of the worst 2 years I've seen in projects in 20 years I've been doing this. We've threatened fines, we've threatened default of a contract, we've been working with our city attorney, going through the contract to figure out how can we incite them, force them to get them to do the work. And it's been unavailable. They're past the completion date already at this point, and we still can't get them to do the work. So we're working through legal means. They're slowly picking at the work, doing it, but I would agree with everything here. We have a laundry list of things. We tell people to continue to be patient, but I understand the one individual couldn't wait any longer. So the performance has been horrible, and our staff has been doing as best as can to direct the contractor to get it done. But the majority of the work is done. That's embodied in the assessments. If the assessment policy wasn't changed, with the assessment policy changed, it is 32 to 35% less than what it would have been without that change in policy. So I'm comfortable with all the work remaining. We're going to continue to work and get it done. Mayor, you've seen the different seating issues we've had over the years. We've always had something we've had to come back. I'm just not real confident in the contractor, and we need to go through the legal means to get them to complete the work. And that's where we're stuck right now with them. And it's the end of the year again, and I don't want it to go into winter and next year, but I'm not confident they're going to get all these items done. So
I was thinking of Birchcrest A and B, where we went back and credited people for the poor landscaping performance, I think.
We've never credited an assessment. The majority of the assessments are street reconstruction, the pavement, the gravel, everything associated with that.
But we did something, Melody Lake.
We just went back and redid it all again. We never assessed, any changes to assessments, but we said we will come back and we're going to keep doing it until we can, and we just paid for it. So all this work, if it's not included in assessments, city's going to figure out a way to pay for it going forward.
We paid for it outside the scope of the project.
Yeah, I thought we reimbursed we agreed to reimburse some of the residents over there for some out-of-pocket expenses.
It was brought up, but we never approved that.
Okay.
It was discussed similar to this, so we've never done that. But yes.
So what are the timing issues as far as you're concerned, from postponing the potential special assessment for a few months while you get the work done, or doing it now and staying on the contractors, or promising people we're going to get it done?
Well, we're going to promise to get it done, and we're going to do the legal means of when can we say this contractor's done, and we got to bring on another one. Those costs would be borne by the city because our assessments would be set either now or next year. There really wouldn't be much difference in the assessments. You know, we were at 9,000, we're at 8,300 or whatever the number is. So I don't see a big change in delaying it versus doing it now. If we delayed it, there's a holding cost, right? The bonding and the finance would have to have a discussion. I don't see that being a big
finance cost.
There'd be the finance cost, but again, the assessments would be kind of locked in here. I don't see them changing much over a year. So it just give the residents an extra year delay in those assessments.
Okay.
Or we still have an opportunity. Typically, we've approved. Sometimes we've approved them. Had this meeting, the first meeting October, so we can come back with more information at the second meeting October. There's still time to file with the county if the council so chooses. So if there's outstanding questions, we could come back at the next meeting and still get approval of this resolution and still get it sent to the Hennepin County for filing. There's still time.
Manager Neal, any comment? Member Pierce.
Just a couple of comments. It is worth noting that we had this exact same outcome at Melody Lake. And we have to look in the mirror, right? It's easy for us to look through the window and point the finger, but we're the ones choosing the contractors. We're managing the project. And so I just don't think things get better until we look in the mirror. And so I would say that has nothing to do with this particular request, but it's fair saying that we need to get to the bottom of why is it that contractors aren't doing what we're paying them to do and not doing quality work. So that's the first thing. And then I'm not sure about legally what the implication is, but I wouldn't want to pay for work that's not done. And for me, that's full stop. If that were my front yard, I would be really irritated, and I wouldn't want to pay an assessment. And so I preface that by saying I don't know all the legalese around that, but it just seems like we're kind of throwing dirt in the faces of residents to say, well, we're going to go ahead and assess you anyway, when it sounds like there's at least two examples of work that doesn't sound like it's anywhere near where we'd be proud of the outcome. And I'll circle back to the first thing I said. We had the same conversation at Melody Lake when we went out and walked those properties, and we saw some of the same issues. So I personally don't think we should move forward with the assessment, but happy to hear what the implications of that would be, and also what the follow-up actions would be.
Manager Neal.
I'm going to ask, Your Honor, if we could table this item for a few moments. You could move on to the next public hearing and give the city attorney and the engineering director and I a chance to caucus a little bit and talk through a couple of options that we could get back to yet tonight.
Sure. Yeah, we'll suspend conversation on this matter, table it if you will. I don't think we need a motion to do that. Just in the discussion phase, we don't even have a motion on the table. So, all right, let's go on to the next matter, and you guys can have a sidebar. And this is H, I believe. Mr. Lewis, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Our,
Evening.
Community Development Coordinator Addison Lewis is with us this evening. And we've got a Minnesota-made hockey matter to discuss. They come up from time to time over the last few years, and sounds like they want to add something else over there. So go ahead, introduce the topic, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yep, this is a site plan review for a new building proposed at 7250 7300 Bush Lake Road. As you mentioned, this is the Minnesota-made hockey training facility. They've been at this site since 2007 here in the Cahill District. So there's an existing 63,000 square foot building that contains 2 ice sheets. They're proposing a new 10,240 square foot building just to the south of the existing building. It would replace an outdoor rink that has been in place since 2013. The new building would include a turf area, weight training, and other hockey-specific training space. The property is zoned PID, planned industrial, which allows for athletic training facilities as a permitted use. The property is guided industrial in the city's comprehensive plan. This is a view of the property looking west from Bush Lake Road. So here's the existing building here. The proposed building would be just to the left of that here in this grassy area. Some additional photos of the site. On the left here, we have the view looking directly across the street. That's the parking lot for the church building that's across the street. And then looking south is a building owned by the United States Post Office. So here's a look at their site plan with the new building here. So with respect to setbacks, they're far exceeding the minimum setbacks required. There's a 50-foot setback required along the front from Bush Lake Road. They are at 116 feet. For the side and rear setbacks, there's a 28-foot setback required. That's based on the height of the building. They're at over 60 feet in both cases. Let's see. There is a requirement that parking areas need to be set back at least 10 feet from the edge of the building. They're at 6 feet here right now, so they will need to correct that prior to building permit issuance. That's one of their conditions of approval. But they have some room to work with down here that they should be able to do that easily. Parking. The ordinance requires 1 parking stall per 400 square feet of gross building area. So with both buildings together, the parking required is 184 stalls. They have 219 on the site currently, and with this project, they're proposing to add 31 additional stalls for a total of 242. So the reason for going above and beyond what's required by code is really just to provide more convenient parking to this new building. A lot of the parking is up here in the northern part of the site, which isn't very convenient for trying to get into the entrance down here at the main building or the new building. So they want to provide more convenient parking stalls down here. Similarly, there are 2 existing accesses to the site off of Bush Lake Road. They're proposing to add a 3rd access down here on the southern end of the parcel. This was supported by the city engineer. It should improve the circulation within the parking lot. And again, that's just desired for more convenient access to the new building. There was some mention in the applicant narrative about shared parking easement. They were originally talking about subdividing this property, but they are no longer proposing to do that. It will stay 1 parcel, so there's no need for a shared parking easement. Just some exterior renderings of what the building's going to look like here. And all the landscaping shown here is new. So the front-facing facade is going to consist of 2 different colors of brick. There's going to be a metal awning over the front of the building, and they're proposing to comply with that 75% transparency requirement on the ground level. The non-street facing sides would be a sandblasted concrete. Just to look at the other sides here. And then here's our compliance table showing how the site plan complies with the required setbacks, building height, parking lot standards, and other requirements of the planned industrial district. And then here's our pyramid of discretion, just showing that with a site plan review, we're operating with very little discretion here. It's really just a review of the code to make sure the site plan is in compliance. So with that, staff is recommending a motion to close the public hearing at noon, October 9th, 2023, and continue action to the October 17, 2023 meeting. And Councilmember Agnew pointed out to me that in the Planning Commission staff report, the city deadline for a decision in there was October 9th. That was the original 60-day deadline. We did use our one-time only 60-day extension to notify the applicant we would be extending that. So we do have till December 8th to take formal action on that. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. The applicant's architect, Nick Spirides, is here as well. And I think, do we have Ed Terhar on the line as well for the traffic and parking study?
All right, Mr. Lewis, let's check to see if any of my colleagues have questions for you or for Mr. Spirides. Yeah. Councilmember Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I was on the Planning Commission, I remember having a project come across for our review for this same site. And it was obviously within the last couple of years. Could you provide a quick recap, if you have that information, of what that project was and what ultimately ended up happening?
Yeah, I might defer to Director T. I think you'll know more about that.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, it was a sketch plan for a much larger facility. They were, and the building, as I recall, needed some setback variances, and I believe they were a little short parked as well. So there were a number of variances associated with it. They were also contemplating subdividing at that time. With this plan, that they've downsized the facility for just really what they need. And eliminated all the variances, so it's really just a downsizing of the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, good to see you all again. Just on behalf of Minnesota Made Hockey, I'm here. Bernie McBain, the owner.
Why don't you give us your full name and business?
Oh, sure.
address
Nick
too,
Spirides, Spirides Renters Architects. Excuse me. Mr. McBain, who's the owner of Minnesota Made, couldn't be here tonight, and just wants to thank you for consideration and staff's hard work to help us get to a project that I think presumably meets just about every code that you have in the books without asking for any variance. So we're very looking forward to your approval.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Spirides. Councilmember Risser.
Just a quick question for Mr. Spirides. With the 75% transparency requirement, was that onerous in any way, or if you didn't have to do it, would you have that much glass? I'm just curious about that requirement.
Yes, it's onerous. How's that? This is a facility that will have young hockey players running around, throwing balls, shooting pucks. It's one of those things that if I didn't have as much glass, I'd be happier. I'm sure the owner would be happier. The 75%, we worked with Mr. Teague to make sure we didn't have to have that glass go up into the 20-foot range where the other ceiling. So we clarified that through the code, that it was the 75% horizontally to a point that made sense. So it's kind of a unique facility. It's not an industrial facility. But I find it, not onerous may not be the word, but a little bit controlling to the architecture as we're designing. Form follows function. I don't need that much glass, so it would be nice to tell you what we think would be appropriate.
I love that you said form follows function. Thank you.
Other questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Lewis, when we, before we had a green building code, we used to hand out a questionnaire to folks who came in. And I know we don't have a lot of discretion in this, but did we hand that questionnaire out to these guys when they came to us?
No, we did not. Do we use that still?
Yeah, I don't believe we did. We did in this case because it was a code compliant project.
Okay. So going forward, it's completely optional. It's not something that is a requirement by law, but I'd like to have people who get permitted to at least think about the questions that we raised for environmental. Maybe in the future they want to put solar on the roof. But it's an idea prompter, and I'd request that we do that. And then if they choose to give us information, it's good to know what's going on. So that's the first question. The second question is actually for you, Mr. Spirides, and it's a kind of a suggestion. If Minnesota Made does not need all that parking in the very northern part, we had a discussion this evening where the city is looking for parking lots that can be converted to gardens. So if you guys want to decommission some of your parking, I want to offer that to you. That's going forward. That's a program that we're going to have that we would love to have you participate if it's mutually beneficial.
So at the risk of sounding a little rude, perhaps, the answer is no. Minnesota Made, if you've ever been there, by the nature of its 2 ice sheets on weekends during tournaments, parking is a premium. So to take away parking would be not very beneficial to the client in this case. And one of the Planning Commission members even commented on that she has a son who's played, or children who've played there, and she said, just go there on the weekend. You'll see that's not a real solution. So. Well,
when I prepared, I said, I was thinking of tournaments. I have been to Minnesota Made many times and enjoyed having my kids skate there, and it is a premium. But I had to offer that up anyways, just so it's public and you can think about it. But of course, it would be 100% optional. But we love going there.
Good. Well, Bernie does a wonderful job training our little young hockey players. The building footprint did reduce significantly, as Mr. Teague said, from 20,000 down to 10,000, and that allowed us to really manage the stormwater and then to put more green space, which we already have done just following the nature of the parking and the flow of traffic. So.
Well, excellent.
Yeah,
so,
it's a good project.
It's an opportunity to brag a little bit. So, thank you so much.
You bet.
Other questions from council members? All right, this is a public hearing matter. Let's open this up for public testimony or potential public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify regarding this matter? Mr. Thompson's coming back up.
Do I have to introduce myself again?
Please.
Yes, Paul Thompson, 4244 Crocker. I'm wondering how this will impact the sales tax for the new Braemar expansion. My other thing is I'm looking on the website and I'm seeing beer pong and mini putt, and it looks like a Top Golf kind of thing. And I'm wondering, why are we doing this?
You're wondering what?
Why are we doing another ice hockey? I mean, there's hockey rinks. Do we need another hockey rink?
Yeah, no, he's talking about both of them. So your point is, why do we need another hockey rink?
Well, yes, and how will it impact? I mean, Braemar is also.
No, this isn't a hockey rink. It's a training facility. It's not a hockey rink.
Yes,
it's like a dryland training.
But is it open to the public? It is.
Sure. We pay a fee to the Minnesota Made. Minnesota Made is a program for hockey players, development of hockey players. This building is strictly to train players at the dry land, strength conditioning and cardio. Specific to hockey is how we're designing it. It's replacing a facility that's currently over on Amundsen Avenue, where Bernie rents the space. And if you pay for programs, you can come and use, but it's largely kids ages 6 to 18 that use this facility.
And what's the mini golf and the beer pong?
There's no mini golf. There's no beer pong.
That's a different matter, Paul.
It's on the website.
No, that's a different matter, Paul.
That has nothing to do with Minnesota Made hockey.
Okay.
That's coming up yet. That's another matter.
Oh, that's another one.
Stand by.
I will. Sure, why not?
Although we're going back to your matter, and when you hear what's happening there, you may decide you want to go home and be pretty happy. All right. Any other public testimony here? Okay. Anybody online? All right. We've heard Mr. Lewis talk about our discretionary abilities here. So even if we thought this wasn't a good idea, that's not within our purview here to expand our business. Our business is related to the site plan where we have little discretion, and they're in compliance. So First of all, we got to deal with the closure of the public hearing is with regard to Resolution 2023-66, which would be a resolution approving a site plan at 7300 Bush Lake Road. Is there a motion to close that public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the closing of the public hearing regarding the potential approval of a site plan at 7300 Bush Lake Road through Resolution 2023-66. All those in favor of closing the public hearing regarding this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Closed. Opposed? Matter is approved. Resolution the hearing is closed. Now, with regard to the resolution itself, but too many resolutions and public hearings tonight, I think, for the
Mayor, if I may, the request is to close the public hearing at noon next Monday and continue action to your next meeting.
That's not what this resolution in front of me says. It says approve a
The
site.
timed agenda is wrong.
It says approve Resolution 2023-66 is a staff recommendation on the agenda and not continue it, but we certainly can entertain that motion. Let me go back, get out of the resolution itself.
Yeah, the resolution is included.
Requested in the, not on the agenda itself, but in the document that you provided to council. So the action requested is a motion to close the public hearing at noon on October 9th, 2023, and continue the action to the October 17, 2023 meeting of the City Council. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to close the public hearing in this matter at noon on October 9th, 2023, and continue the action to the October 17, 2023 City Council meeting. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we have to reopen the public hearing? No? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we did close the public hearing.
Did we vote on it?
We did.
No.
Let's, I think it's a good catch, Member Agnew. So, is there a motion to rescind the prior action of the council closing the public hearing matter in this proceeding this evening?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second to rescind the action of the council closing the public hearing in this matter this evening. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then let's go back to the main motion to close the public hearing in this matter at noon on October 9th, 2023, and continue the action to the October 17, 2023 City Council meeting. We had a motion and a second on that. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The public hearing will stay open until noon on October 9th, 2023 for further submissions, and we'll continue the matter to October 17, 2023 meeting of the Edina City Council. All right, now let's go back to the matter we were working on, which is 6G, and that is the resolution involving Morningside D&E neighborhood roadway reconstruction. We've been requested to approve the imposition of the special assessment through Resolution 2023-72 this evening. And we had our Director of Engineering, Chad Milner, our City Manager, Scott Neal, and Dave Kendall, our City Attorney, go into a closed session, or a little sidebar, if you will, to talk about the possibilities here in light of what some of the public testimony involved. And I'll turn now to Manager Neal, who has a proposed solution.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think in light of the troubling issues that we heard around our contractor and the nature of the work being incomplete at this time, it's our recommendation to the council to continue the action on item G to this same meeting in October of 24. So that would be October 1st of 2024. We do the same kind of certification of assessments at this first meeting in October every year. By that time, We think we should have the issues kind of worked out, maybe some grass growing where it should, maybe some grass removed where it shouldn't be, but also gives us a time also to address the larger, maybe the systemic equity issues in our assessments, or at least have a better discussion with them, with the council.
Thank you for that suggestion to the council. Does that sound appealing to the council? All right, let me ask then if there's a council member who would move to continue the action on Resolution 2023-71, the proposed street reconstruction special assessment embodied in improvement BA 461 for the Morningside D&E neighborhood. Continue that action to October 1, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Member Agnew moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of that motion to continue this matter to October 1, 2024. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming in this evening, our fellow residents, and telling us about some of the concerns that you've got. I greatly appreciate your input. Thank you. I know that it wasn't the easiest thing to do. All right, now we're on to item 6I. And that is a public hearing matter regarding a proposed resolution 2023-65, which is the potential issuance of a conditional use permit for an organization called Putt Shack, and it's Putt Shack's request for rooftop dining at 10 Southdale Center. Emily Boddicker, our assistant city planner, has the matter, and we also have a Putt Shack representative here that's going to make a part of the presentation. So I'm going to turn now to Ms. Boddicker.
Putt Shack is proposing rooftop dining at their new location located within Southdale Center. Putt Shack is a tech-infused mini golf experience that will be located within the former Herberger's building above what will be the Kowalski's grocery store. Currently, both the Kowalski's grocery store and the Putt Shack tenant shell spaces are under construction. Putt Shack is proposing to have a food service on their outdoor rooftop patio. Food and drinks will be served from inside the space. The proposed rooftop patio has 153 seats, and to accommodate Putt Shack's request tonight, a conditional use permit for rooftop dining is required. Rooftop restaurants are a conditional use within the city's planned commercial district. A conditional use permit is a use that the city permits in a zoning district when certain conditions are met, and the conditions outlined in Edina's code are that the hours of operation for that rooftop dining is limited to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Amplified sound is subject to the city's noise ordinance. Rooftop dining needs to be kept in a clean and orderly manner. Rooftop restaurants must be adequately screened from adjacent residential uses. A liquor license is required to serve alcohol. Fencing or guard is required per Minnesota State Building Code, and that lighting is permitted to the extent that it illuminates the designated area, but it's also subject to the city's lighting ordinance. There are existing rooftop dining facilities in close proximity to Putt Shack. Those are Lifetime Athletic. That one is Lifetime Athletic. They received a conditional use permit in 2018 for rooftop dining. The second is Restoration Hardware, and they received a conditional use permit for rooftop dining in 2019. There are no changes in access or traffic to the site. The Putt Shack space is a remodeled area of existing space within the Southdale Center, and outdoor seating does not require additional parking spaces in the city's parking code. Staff believes that the criteria to issue a conditional use permit for rooftop dining are met. The applicant had initially intended to have the rooftop hours reflect the same hours of operation of their interior space, but since that initial application, staff had informed the applicant that the hours of operation for the outdoor dining space is limited to that 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. hours to comply with the city's conditional use permit criteria. The proposed rooftop area is located on the back half of the building, behind the existing building front. It's closest to the interior of the mall. The patio is enclosed by existing building, and no additional fencing or screening is proposed. There is not residential property that's in close proximity to the proposed rooftop restaurant. One Southdale Place is located around 500 feet from the rooftop. The Westin is located over 1,000 feet, or roughly 1,000 feet. The Onyx is located around 800 feet from the rooftop. The closest single-family residence is located in Richfield, which is roughly 1,200 feet away. And the closest single-family residence in Edina is roughly 2,000 feet from the proposed rooftop. The applicant has also submitted a lighting plan with their application tonight. The rooftop lighting is required to meet the city's lighting requirements, and the applicant is also required to adhere to the city's noise ordinance. A memo from the city's health department was attached to your packet tonight that explains the city's noise ordinance in a little further detail and how that's regulated. I went out and you could see kind of where because the building is existing, you can see kind of the general location of the proposed rooftop on site. In these pictures, you can see the rooftop will be kind of behind this exterior wall facade above the Kowalski, or what will become the Kowalski space. So based on that information, both staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval of the conditional use permit for rooftop dining at Putchek at Southdale Center, based on the finding that the proposed rooftop is not within close proximity to existing residential uses, and that their proposal meets the conditional use permit criteria that's outlined in section 36-612 of the City Code. Also note that approval is subject to the conditions. Those are conditions that I outlined earlier, and you can see on your screen tonight. So with that, the recommendation or the ask tonight is to close the public hearing and continue the item to the next City Council meeting. And with that, I can stand for any questions, and Greg Drain from Putchek is also here, and he has a brief presentation on Putchek.
Anyone on council have questions for Ms. Boddicker? Yes, Member Russer.
As you were reading the conditions of approval, I think you said something about screening, but I'm not seeing the text there.
Let's see, I think that's in the code. I don't have it as a condition of approval because the screening was met with that existing building facade.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Member Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You referenced the lifetime rooftop deck. Have we as a city received complaints regarding noise from that facility?
To my knowledge, we have not received noise complaints for either rooftop in this vicinity.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Boddicker at this point in time? You have a representative from Putchek here. Somebody want to speak to the matter? I think Mr. Drain?
Yes.
Yes. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
You got a full dose of city government this evening.
I'm fully vested in Edina at this point. This is great.
You've seen a potpourri of things that have occurred.
This is exciting. I need to come back and see how everything concludes after this. So Paul took my thunder a little bit in Putchek, so I'll introduce it a little bit. A good way to describe Putchek is...
So let's start out with your full name and business address.
Yes. My name's Greg Drain. I'm the Director of Pre-Construction with Putchek, and we will be at 10 Southdale Center. Putchek, the best way to describe it, although it hurts me a little bit, is Topgolf for mini golf. We're tech-infused mini golf. The one thing that separates Putchek from the Topgolf side of things is I feel like Putchek enables everyone, every age, to participate in the game that we provide. Here's some pictures, some snapshots of a course, exterior, and then the main bar at our facility as well. Our purpose is to bring everyone into play. I know Nike's motto is if you have a body, you're an athlete. Well, my motto is if you have a body, you can play at Putchek. It isn't inclusive to a specific demographic. We are extremely diligent on the ADA compliance as well. So if there are members or guests with disabilities, they can come and play. In fact, one of the most shining moments of my career at Putchek was we opened our St. Louis location, and the first day there was a group with 3 wheelchairs, and they were able to navigate the course and had a great time. And I made sure I asked if there was any conflicts or complaints after, and they all enjoyed their stay at Putchek. And that's what I love about this concept. Is it isn't for golfers, it isn't for young adults, it's for kids and everyone, kids, older generation, everyone in between. Our vision is to answer the age-old question, where should we get together? And I know since COVID, the world has changed quite a bit. And for myself, it's not as appealing to go to a bar that's extremely loud. That's the club vibe. What I think more people are looking for is an activity to become a little bit more inclusive. And that's what Putchek provides. We're certainly not a club. We are an activity-based bar and restaurant. I want to make that abundantly clear because I know sound attenuation is extremely important, and we want to be good neighbors and good residents of the city of Edina, and we take that into full consideration as we've had issues in the past. Mitigating those issues that we've had with sound, whether there's residential above us or neighboring tenants that have heard loud music previously, but we want to maintain that togetherness that you feel when you go to an activity in a restaurant and a bar, and being able to hear the person next to you when you're on the golf course, hear the people cheering, feel that excitement about the space. We don't want that to be drowned out by any sort of music or any sort of club feel. We do have a DJ that comes from 7 p.m. Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, but again, I want to make it abundantly clear that we're not trying to create that club environment. We're trying to create an inclusive environment that all ages can come and get together and enjoy the Putchek experience. Again, our mission is to bring people of all generations together through a shared, transcendent entertainment space. Like I said, everyone kind of has an experience with mini golf, and it's sort of nostalgic. And the only thing we've done to change that is infuse a little bit of tech into that. All of our tech is in the golf ball itself. We have patented technology for the next 20 years. When you walk up to our course, you place your ball down, it'll say, Greg, it is now your turn, and then the ball tracks everything for you. So by the time you finish your hole, instead of stroke play, it's points-based, and throughout the course, the ball will track your score and show you the winner at the end. And our key demographics are outlined here. Obviously, the young adults, like I said, since COVID, it's been a crazier world where I feel like people are looking for a place to blow off steam and enjoy times being together, as we were also isolated for quite a bit of time. And Putchek, I feel like, is the perfect place to do so, again, including that activity. And my motto with Putchek is you come for the golf and you stay for the food and beverage. We have global cuisine that is top of the line. We have a head chef who he's from London, where we originally were created. And he's created a top-of-the-line gourmet food menu as well. We also aim for the young families, right? Like I mentioned, mini golf at the end of the day it seems like a child's activity and brings out the inner child in all of us. So we are very much geared to providing a great experience for young families and people of all ages. And then obviously, for the city side of things, to engage corporate activity as well. So we don't want it to just be individual based. We want to create buzz throughout the city and other businesses throughout the city of Edina. I don't just mention the kids and young family. I have 2 young kids myself, and I get yelled at when I don't bring them to Putcheks with me. So this is my 3-year-old and now 2-year-old son that at the St. Louis opening. This was my daughter almost beating me on the left there in the first round that she played. But they've been to the St. Louis location, Oak Brook, and Pittsburgh, and they continuously beg me. In fact, they think I'm at a Putchek right now, so they're not very happy with me. But and I know we're here for the exterior patio. Not every Putchek has an exterior patio, but we always try to utilize and engage the most amount of space as possible. This is a look at our Putchek Miami. Tough to match that view. Another angle of the Putchek Miami. And this is our Putchek Atlanta location. Another couple pictures of that. So that is a quick synopsis of Putchek.
Yeah, that was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Drain. Questions for Mr. Drain? Anyone? Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So in both of those pictures of the other outdoor roof facilities, is that typical of the lighting that we're looking at, that kind of almost Christmas light kind of look, as like opposed to like a real indoors? It looked like it was bright and multicolored, and this looks much more muted.
Yeah, so this is, and we do that intentionally. And I know one of the comments that came back from the city was a sconce that that they would like to see on the festoon lighting. So we did scope out some different sconces to ensure that that light is coming down as opposed to spreading, to even further enclose that light throughout the patio.
Okay, but this is kind of the feeling of what we could expect.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Member Risser.
I have heard concerns about noise, and one of the things, it seems like this is all about compartmentalizing. It's a kid-friendly place, but there's beer pong. It's exciting, there's a DJ, there's cheering, but there's this quiet, it looks like it would be a quiet outdoor patio.
Correct.
And I am intrigued, but how do you stop the noise from filtering out into that space?
Yeah, that's a good question. One thing that we do have, we have operable partitions that separate the indoor and the outdoor space, and those really remain closed, especially in the environment that we're coming into with Edina and Minneapolis. There was mention of hoping winter comes late November because we know it gets pretty cold pretty quick in the Midwest here. So those will remain closed. And as you mentioned, we want to make sure that the individuals eating and enjoying the food and beverage on the exterior get to have the opportunity to talk to one another. So we'll make sure that when those egress doors are being used, that they're shut behind them, especially because the pest and the different environmental factors that could help or take away from our mechanical engineering behind that and messing with the temperature of our space. So those do remain closed as patrons come in and out.
And then it looks like you have a specialty menu item for every locale.
Correct.
And you're looking at Edina and Minneapolis?
Correct.
Are they going to be the same?
No, they should be different. So that specialty item that we have that you're referring to is our tailpipes. And each location that we go to has a specialty tailpipe, and then we donate to a local charity as well. So every purchase of those tailpipes, there's X amount that goes to a local charity. So I'd imagine they would be different, especially because we are looking for one in Duffy, in Minneapolis. So those, I'd imagine those stay unique.
The outdoor facilities that you showed us in Atlanta, and I think the other one was in St. Louis?
Miami and Atlanta.
Miami?
St. Louis has a smaller one.
Okay, Miami, yeah, all right. Are you in other Simon development properties?
We will be.
Pardon me?
We will be soon, but not right now.
This will be your first tenancy in a Simon development?
Correct, yep.
Okay, all right, good to know. Thank you.
They've been great to work with.
I'm sure they've vetted you as a potential tenant.
Quite a bit. And in fact, they're pretty excited about this concept that we have some other potential deals that we're working with them. And this has honestly been one of the best landlord groups that I've worked with. Simon has been quite a joy to work with, honestly.
Okay, good to hear. All right, thank you. All right, stand by. We may have some other questions for you, but we're going to now open this matter up for public testimony. So you can go ahead and sit down, Mr. Drain. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify regarding this matter? This is a public hearing involving the potential issuance of a conditional use permit to Putt Shack Rooftop Dining that proposes to go in at the Southdale Center. All right. I'm not hearing anything or seeing anybody come forward. Is there anyone online?
I don't have anyone on the line, but I do think we should give people an opportunity to call in one more time tonight.
All right.
My clock shows that it's 9:46. I'll come back to you at 9:47
Thank you.
or whenever I have a caller, whichever's first. It is now 9:47, and I still don't have a caller, so I think it is safe for you to move forward with the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Director Benarott. So the recommended course of action here from our Assistant City Planner and our staff is that with regard to Resolution 2023-65, which is a potential issuance of a conditional use permit to Putt Shack Rooftop Dining, 10 Southdale Center, that we close the public hearing on this matter on October 9, 2023 at noon and continue the action to the October 17, 2023 City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the motion to close the public hearing in this matter on October 9, 2023 and continue the action to the October 17, 2023 City Council meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Well, we'll see somebody back here from Putt Shack, I imagine, on the 17th of October. All right. Thanks for being with us this evening.
Thank you so much.
That completes the public hearing portion of the agenda this evening, all 9 of them. And thanks for your stamina, everybody that's been involved, council members included and staff. We're going to move on now to reports and recommendations. That portion of the agenda has several matters on it. The first one of which is one that we see every couple of weeks, and that's potentially accepting donations to the city. The resolution 2023-74 has several items on it that would be donations to the city that we need to approve. Is there a motion to adopt resolution 2023-74, accepting certain donations on behalf of the city of Edina that I'll describe?
So moved. Second.
Member Pierce moves, Member Jackson seconds the adoption of resolution 2023-74. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of resolution 2023-74 say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. This reporting period, we've got some very generous gifts here to the Park and Rec Department. Megan D'Agostino, $3,200 for a bench at Centennial Lakes Park. I'm sure it's a memorial of some type. Thank you, Megan. And to the police department from the Edina Crime Prevention Fund, about $6,500 for 2 e-bikes for the bike patrol. They were displayed during the open house of the police department, and they're quite impressive. Thanks to the Edina Crime Fund for that. And then the Edina Crime Prevention Fund also donated $5,000 for motorcycle uniforms and motorcycle training. So those donors' names will be posted on the city website. The next matter in this portion of the agenda is a matter that our sustainability manager, Grace Hancock, has, and that is potential adoption of ordinance 2023-18, which would amend Chapter 20 of the Edina City Code concerning merchant carryout bag reduction. And we're going to have a little bit more detail around that from Grace Hancock. So Director Milner is helping her get set up right now. Yes, good evening.
This evening I'm here to present the first reading of the carryout bag reduction ordinance. The action requested tonight is to accept this first reading, provide comment, and advance to second reading. So why is this before you tonight? First, this isn't the first time that the EEC has studied this topic. In fact, the issue of single-use bags has a pretty dynamic history in Minnesota. In 2016, Minneapolis attempted to ban plastic bags. In response, the state passed a ban on bag bans at the same time the EEC was studying this question for Edina. Since that time, Minneapolis and the city of Duluth have instead passed bag fees, whose ordinances' effective dates were pushed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So this brings us to more recent history, to 2021, and the second reason why EEC is interested in this issue, which is the Climate Action Plan. This spring, Council received EEC's recommendation to fee all carryout bags and directed staff this summer to bring an ordinance to this effect. So related to this proposal's purpose, as the EEC first presented this proposal to you, Council, earlier this year, they highlighted the purpose of this ordinance. And you can see the full text here that's included in the ordinance for your consideration tonight. To summarize, though, the purpose is threefold: reduce the threat of pollution from disposable bags, meet climate action waste reduction goals, and inspire behavior change away from disposable goods. The ordinance has 5 provisions of note. First, merchants must charge 5 cents for all carryout bags distributed to customers. Second, the fee collected is retained by the merchant, not collected by the city, and the merchant's use of this fee revenue is not regulated by the city. Third, merchants will be asked to report annually on bags distributed and the fee revenue amount. And if a merchant chooses to offer plastic bags, they must also offer plastic bag recycling. Finally, this proposal requests a 2024 effective date to allow for a spring 2024 communications campaign to raise awareness and prepare shoppers and merchants for this change. There are some exceptions. In cases where food assistance programs are involved, merchants are not required to charge for carry-out bags. And based on the Edina City Attorney's advice, merchants that are government agencies are exempted from this ordinance since state statute considers a fee like this a tax, and which must be approved by the state legislature. This is a very wordy slide, I apologize, but I'm going to walk us through it. So Edina's neighbor, the city of Minneapolis, does have an ordinance like this in place, which you are aware of. And I want to mention a few key differences here. So the Edina ordinance includes nearly all provisions of the Minneapolis ordinance. The only difference is in what carryout bags are included, which you can see here in this first bulleted list. Edina includes bags from restaurants and farmers markets, unlike Minneapolis. For merchants without a point-of-sale system or where bags are given without a transaction taking place, these bags are implicitly excluded in the Edina ordinance definitions. The Edina ordinance builds on the Minneapolis version in a few different ways. First, restaurants are included in the Edina ordinance at the recommendation of EEC. They are not exempt like they are in Minneapolis. Second, plastic bags cannot be recycled at home. If a merchant wishes to offer plastic bags, staff recommends that they ought to offer a way to responsibly dispose of these bags through on-site plastic film recycling. And as mentioned previously, the city cannot legally collect this fee at its enterprise locations without state legislature approval of a new local sales tax. I asked Duluth and Minneapolis how they approach this issue, and they confirmed that their cities do not have enterprises which distribute bags, so it's not an issue that they have actually encountered. Finally, the Edina ordinance will require an annual report, which is unique to Edina versus Minneapolis or Duluth. I do want to comment a little further on this point around the city exemption, however. The city currently offers bags at its liquor store locations, at the golf course restaurant, and at the golf course pro shop. The city's liquor store already only offers paper bags, but to show its commitment to the spirit of this ordinance, the city is expecting to move away from plastic bags at its other operations. So, thinking about ordinance impact, you can see the expected ordinance impact here by audience, merchants, shoppers, and city operations. The city is committed to preparing merchants and shoppers for this change and for managing these ordinance impacts. The city will do this through an awareness campaign and by providing branded signage for merchants to use at their stores. In other communities, avoiding the fee being a surprise through robust early communication has really cut down on friction at the register and helped shoppers plan ahead to bring their own bag. Regarding the impact on city operations, Council at its July work session directed staff not to proactively enforce an ordinance if it passes, but staff will still ensure that the ordinance is administered effectively. So we will ensure that there's a process in place to receive shopper complaints about non-compliant merchants, to answer merchant questions and provide resources, and then finally to request and receive an annual report from merchants. So next steps. After tonight, staff will come back with a second reading with proposed approval for a July 1, 2024 effective date. And city staff will launch an awareness campaign in early 2024 with advice from an EEC working group underway now to prepare shoppers and merchants for that change. With that, I thank you and I look forward to your questions.
Questions for Manager Hancock? Yes, Member Pierce.
Can you go back to the slide that showed exclusions from Minneapolis and then Edina? And so my question for dine-in or carry-out restaurants and for farmers markets, why were those excluded from Minneapolis?
The ordinance of Minneapolis mentions health and safety around transportation of food goods. In conversations with staff, I understand that it was they were being responsive to a community of restaurateurs who was really concerned about the impact of such an ordinance. So those two pieces of information are what we can work with there.
Okay.
Councilmember Jackson?
Thank you. So I think one of the big concerns that we've heard from residents is food residue on bags and the germs that are involved in that. I confess I'm really having a hard time seeing a restaurant provide recycling receptacles for their bags and having that happen in a responsible manner. That looks like a public health issue to me, and I'm surprised that Minneapolis and Duluth didn't mention that, because to me that's just asking for germs to be dumped in their bag, and then they have to just throw it away anyways because they're soiled bags. I know I recycle my newspaper bags because they're clean, but if it gets gook on it, it's in the garbage. And I don't see how bringing home takeout food you could recycle that, and how you get something that's soup that could spill in your car. So I'm a little troubled by the change in the restaurant exception. Mm-hmm. That being said, 1.3 million bags a month are distributed in the city of Edina. Right. That's a staggering number. It's absolutely staggering.
That's an estimation and extrapolation of 20 representative businesses who reported their monthly bag use, but that's the estimation that staff came up with.
That is a really compelling reason to move forward with this, as far as I'm concerned. But I would like to have some public health input on the restaurant and farmers market bags. It does bother me that they could have food contamination and just really cause problems if they have to have a recycling receptacle. I can't imagine that would be a useful thing for anybody, honestly. But other than that, I think that you've taken our direction from July well in amending this. Thank you.
And the only other note I'll offer, Member Jackson, thank you for your comments, is that in this estimation of monthly bag distribution, around a quarter of it comes from restaurants. So we can consider the impact whichever direction the council goes.
Yeah, I would like to know more about the public health aspects of that, though. I understand the plastic impacts, and maybe paper is a solution, but I'm very concerned about collecting dirty plastic bags at a restaurant. Thanks.
Noted. Yeah, thank you.
Other folks? Member Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am also very interested in the awareness campaign portion of this, because I know for me, I do think that if we can have establishments ask the question, do you need a bag for that? I do think some people will say no. I won't say the vast majority, but I do think we'll start to see that the more we ask. And just consciously make people have to make a choice. And so I am interested in understanding more about the awareness campaign as we go forward. And then the other question I had, and this may be pushing it too far, but when we go grocery shopping now and there's the produce bags, we've stopped using those as well. And I assume that those are not included in this.
They're not included?
Yeah. And so that was just the question there is there any research regarding those bags as well? Because if we were getting 2 baked potatoes, we would throw that in a bag. And now we'll just have it in the cart with whatever else we are getting. But if we have lots of produce, then we might use a bag. So I'm just curious if you have any research on those bags as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Member Pierce. I would I would refer that question to our public health team and have them come back to the second reading with that information as well. Yeah. And I'll note on the awareness campaign, the EEC working group is really doing a lot of work on that right now. We expect that they will present their proposal to EEC for adoption in December for Communications Director Benarott and myself to implement in the new year. So we're excited to see what they've come up with in surveying cities around the country and how we might implement in Edina.
Then I had one more thing.
Yes, please.
We did have someone reach out from the hospitality of Minnesota regarding this, and so I'm just curious if you've spoken with them and anything you'd like to share from that conversation.
Yes, a representative from Hospitality Minnesota was one of our interviewees this summer. So myself and a consultant interviewed around 20 businesses or business representatives. So we met with a Hospitality Minnesota representative as well as a Minnesota Realtors representative to share the proposal, hear their comments, their concerns. I think that's captured in the public feedback report, which came to council in July, but that's certainly something I can include for that second reading.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Member Agnew?
Thank you. So one thing that I know we had talked about previously were the concerns around enforcement and the time needed for that. And I remember at the time of that discussion, it was also raised to us that we could, as a city, charge the establishments to conduct this as a program as a city through those fees. But what I'm reading today in the ordinance as presented is that isn't a component of this, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly, and maybe you can speak at just a higher level to the consideration that went into that.
Yes, what you see today is at the direction of City Council from this summer. The city can retain a fee in order to administer an ordinance. So the city cannot retain the fee to administer a new environmental program, but it could say we would retain a portion of this fee to pay for staff or some other resources to administer this ordinance. What I heard in July was that let's not go there right now. Let's pass the ordinance. Let's use the reporting tool, which would be new in Edina. Minneapolis or Duluth do not require any kind of annual report to track success. So what I heard is let's use this reporting mechanism to understand how successful or not the ordinance is without proactive enforcement.
Thank you. And I think part of the consideration is, and don't quote me on the number, I remember it being really high, right? It was an estimate of, $600,000 or something. Mm-hmm. And so when it was seeing that number, that's where I do think it was a consideration. I'd be curious now if we have any of those reduced estimates, because I'm sure it's not zero, but I'm sure it's also not 600,000. So that's something that I would be curious about. But I do really like the way that you took that feedback and are kind of dancing that line of both not over-committing the resources of the city, but also making sure that we, as a city, are getting that insight into, is this driving the desired effect? So thank you for the iterations that you made.
Yeah, and just to confirm, I want to make sure, so when I think about, when you are looking at this impact on city operations, you're interested in how much time or other resources would be dedicated to responding to complaints, providing resources to merchants, and managing an annual report.
As best of an estimate as that you could make on something like that, yes.
Yep. Okay.
Member Isser.
I really appreciate Member Agnew's points, and I also would like to have a better understanding of the costs, even though I and I do appreciate it being reduced and the spirit of how we are approaching this. I would, just in the spirit of sustainability and, understanding the cost and staff time, if there was a way without making it more expensive, but to get some of that revenue back so it could cover our educational outreach. If that is possible, I don't know, but I think we should pursue that.
That's certainly something I can come back for second reading with a more firm description, but any kind of fee tracking would likely trigger the requirement for a new general business license and extensive staff time to manage that. So if we wanted to recover any of the fee, we would likely need to recover quite a bit of the fee. But I'll come back at second reading with more firm numbers.
Just to clarify, are you saying purely the act of collecting part of the fee would result in a substantial increase in the cost to maintain that type of a program?
That's my thinking right now, but you'll have a more formal response, for second reading.
All right, let me, this is really a tough one for me. In February, the EEC recommended that the city require that merchants charge a 5-cent fee to customers for carryout bags, whether they were plastic, called film plastic, or paper. And so then you went into an analysis of that, and we had a meeting on it this summer, and you were directed to look at an ordinance. But staff released an opinion or a staff report on July 18, 2023 that you authored, and I think Director Milner might have had some input into that staff report with you regarding this proposed carryout bag fee ordinance. And so a couple of things I want to cover in there with you, and I'm wondering whether your opinion has changed since the time you authored that article on July 18, 2023. It says the city should pass ordinances, and I'm looking at page 5. The city of Edina should pass ordinances that are backed by research, showing they will meaningfully help the city reach its goals, and should include approval of needed resources in order to effectively implement and measure success. And so I'm wondering if you could explain what you meant by that statement, that are backed by research. When I think the EEC would argue that they did a significant amount of research.
Yeah, I would cover your first question first, is that my position outlined, sustainability manager's role here is to provide technical advice to council. And the technical advice that I provided in July is still my position. But I would say that my perspective has shifted on what the opportunities are with an ordinance like this. In this particular statement, my position is that the city should pass ordinances that it's ready to enforce and that it's ready to meaningfully enforce. Let's not have something on the books that isn't going to make a difference. However, I think in the case of carryout bag reduction, while I do not think, based on research from our state, from our county, and from our own staff, that carryout bags are a significant portion of our waste and that they will meaningfully reduce the amount of waste that the city produces and sends to other communities. It is an opportunity for behavior change. And I think I mentioned to you in passing, Mayor, that No Mow May is a great example, actually, of a low-impact activity that has resulted in high-impact changes. No Mow May has been a very popular program. If you treat your lawn with chemicals all year and you choose not to mow it during the month of May, that's not a big benefit to bees. But by participating, we had residents so much more interested in alternative lawn opportunities, to the point that city ordinances were updated to allow for turf conversions to native grasses and prairies. I see a similar trajectory here. to Member Pierce's point, if people are getting asked every time they go to the store, do you need a bag for that? It can start to queue up different behavior changes that add up to more than just the carryout bag fee. So that's how my perspective has shifted related to this particular topic, that there are other goals that might be met beyond strictly the amount of waste produced in the city.
All right, so let me walk you through some of the things in the report. See if you've changed your mind or you have the same opinion you had in July. A new general business license that applies to all retail entities and adequate expansion of existing software resources to manage it would be necessary. The city attorney would need to advise on adding any new business licenses. That's still true, isn't it? Even if we
were to proactively enforce this ordinance, which means that we would inspect the businesses for compliance, we would need some sort of legal authority for that inspection. Typically, how that shows up in every other kind of inspection is a license. Yeah.
All right. And then you also estimated that if we were going to proactively enforce the ordinance, that up to 2 dedicated staff members would be required to administer the day-to-day implementation. With 300 plus retailers and 120 restaurants in Edina, staff would be needed to help educate business workers and owners, proactively inspect businesses for compliance, respond to resident complaints regarding non-compliance, and to gather up a regular, likely annual report from businesses to analyze and evaluate for progress on stated goals. Do you still think that's accurate?
Actually, I have talked with our public health staff who manage our other waste reduction efforts, and from their perspective, it would not take 2 people. That maybe at the beginning they would need to reallocate duties within existing staff, but that one full-time person would be able to manage the majority of this work. Again, if they're not proactively, if they're not managing a general business license and moving more toward the way the ordinance is written right now, where it's really receiving complaints, providing resources to merchants, and managing the annual report, it's less than 1 full-time person.
All right. And then a couple of my colleagues have asked about another one of your thoughts on page 5, and that was the above resources are estimated to cost up to $600,000 annually. 2 staff, expanded software, communication support. It sounds like you've moderated your position on that too.
Yeah, if we only need 1 staff, if we're not doing a general business license, those are really the costly aspects of managing such an ordinance. So this would be reduced quite a bit, and I think I could bring more accurate numbers to second reading for this level of, enforcing on complaint.
So the way the ordinance is crafted, all of the money that's charged by a merchant gets retained by the merchant.
Yes.
And you're going to come back to us with the cost for the city, which presently has no source of revenue under the draft ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then on page 1 of the report, you had a little summary, executive summary. And now we're going to shift away from the finances part of it and talk about the goals itself. Are we really getting to where we want to get here? So one of your comments was it has a low impact on the broader goal of reducing solid waste, according to solid waste experts at the county and state level. You had other ideas about how we could more effectively do that.
That's true.
And
yes.
What were those ways?
So the majority of waste found in trash within the county is organics and recyclable, organic matter and recyclable matter. So much of my recommendation in this report relies on leveraging existing programs, both at the city level, our existing organics program, our existing recycling program, and programs at the county level, which provide money and training for businesses who want to improve their waste reduction efforts. To better leverage what's already out there. I think there's an opportunity to do what we're doing already better. I think the county says that around 40% of what they find in resident trash cans could be recycled either through traditional recycling systems or through organics recycling.
All right. And you also suggested, I think, that a more effective way of reducing solid waste, if that's one of the purposes of this potential ordinance, was to think about organized hauling. You want to speak to that a little bit?
Yes, although this topic will be coming to City Council in a formal fashion soon. The opportunity, as I understand it from other communities who have taken on organized hauling, is that it opens the door for additional services to residents, particularly around yard waste, bulk item pickup, and then also for more varied tiers in what kind of trash services they receive. So this idea of like pay as you throw, so people could, receive quite small trash cans. So there are opportunities there to add services, but the other opportunity is really just a data gathering opportunity, so that rather than relying on the county information, which is millions of people, we can get much more accurate data within our community through that effort.
Yeah. So the two main points would be the solid waste reduction strategy around charging this fee, but in terms of people going to the grocery store, they could still buy the bag. So it may or may not reduce
They could.
solid
Yep.
waste. And what I hear you saying is that there are better ways to reduce solid waste than putting an ordinance in place that charges a nickel for somebody that goes to the grocery store and finds out they're going to pay a nickel for a plastic bag or a paper bag.
There are better ways to reduce solid waste. I do not want to ignore the however, those changes, such as, helping people recycle better, helping people do organics recycling more, those rely on very similar mechanisms actually to this ordinance, which is a behavior change. Not really removing the choice. People can still fill their trash can and ignore their organics cart, but helping people better understand the opportunities with making small and big changes.
Yep. So I think one of the other things that we've all been concerned about for years now, since the Energy and Environment Commission was formed, is greenhouse gas reduction. And your comment on page 1 of your report from July 18, 2023 says that a carryout bag fee only indirectly contributes to Edina's climate action to eliminate petroleum-based single-use products through the phasing out of single-use plastics, including plastic bags, by 2025, since shoppers can still pay to still use a carryout bag. That's still true, I think, even if we pass the ordinance, right?
Yeah.
So the question for me becomes is if you want to put it in a colloquial way, is the juice worth the squeeze? I'm not sure. I mean, for years I've cared about greenhouse gas reduction, put it any way you want. Interested in solid waste reduction. But I wonder if this really gets us where we want to be, and we're not getting a lot of support from the general public on this.
They were pretty split within our public input that we received.
It was pretty clear to me that they didn't favor it, which is not particularly surprising, but I think there probably are good reasons not to favor it. So I'm really having trouble figuring out what's the benefit in the overall strategy of solid waste reduction and greenhouse gas reduction when you look at the data in detail. When I think about that report that you put together in July of 2023, and then especially balanced out against, it's going to cost us as a city to do this on top of everything else. It's going to have a negative budgetary impact. And for what gain? I want to know what the gain is going to be. That's where I'm stuck. Member Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to put in a plug for behavioral change. If you've been in a city where they have a bag fee, you think differently when you come home. And someone automatically puts something in a bag at a store, I get annoyed now. Whereas before, the first time I got asked for a bag, I'm like, what's this? But having been places where they charge for a bag and ask you, now when it's automatic, I get really annoyed. So it's difficult to quantify the behavioral changes that occur because of this, but the risk of the amount of waste we are creating is huge. And we're looking at the county level of closing the HERC. That's 1,000 tons of garbage a day that we've got to find other homes for. So we have to start changing the way we look at garbage and the way we look at waste. And this consumption, just automatically consuming things we don't need, we have to start thinking about it differently. And this is a really low-cost way to do that, to just stop, and as Member Pierce said, I want to be asked.
Yeah, well, 40% of the waste you're talking about is organic.
Right.
It doesn't have anything to do with this bag.
Well, it's behavioral. So when you start thinking about the waste that you're creating, then you say, oh, I'm creating waste here. And then you're aware of it. And then you think about that organics bin that you got, that you sent back to the city. And like, well, what could that actually do? And behavioral change is impossible to do without some irritants. Nobody's going to do this just out of the goodness of their heart. You need to be irritated into behavioral change. And I'm willing to take the blowback of people getting irritated about this if it makes them stop and think about their waste footprint. And I think this is a really, like I said, a low cost, low barrier to start changing that behavior. So you may not agree with me, but I just want to just put that out there.
Member Pierce.
I just had thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a follow-up question to your line of questions. I actually agree on even a broader scale when we talk about the impacts, the environmental impacts of many of the things that we're doing. And so I'll give you an example. I was talking to someone about electric vehicles, and this person I was talking to is not in favor of us building a grid to encourage more electric vehicles. And when I asked why, their position was the environmental costs to build the batteries and the waste that's generated by having to replace batteries. And so once we start to get to a certain scale, there's a tipping point where they believe that we're going to create more environmental waste that's going to be detrimental to the environment. So we actually can't measure that today, right? We can hypothesize about it. And so I kind of view this similar, that we can hypothesize about it. And so when we talked about this in the working session, I wanted to see data so that we can have a communication plan to change behavior and then figure out a way to measure whether or not this is making an impact. But when I say that, I don't know what enough would be. And being completely transparent, I think it's enough for me not to get the bag. You asked me that question in the working session, and my response was, I don't need the bag. And so I like, if someone asks me if I need it, no, I don't. But I don't know what benefit that is to the greenhouse gases. I don't know. I just don't know. But I do know I don't need the bag, so that's one fewer bag that's going to be in a landfill. But what's the value of that? I can't quantify that. But it would be, one way to do that is to be able to talk about the reduction of the numbers of bags. And so that's one of the examples of what I was trying to describing when I said we should measure this. We should try it, we should practice it, learn from it, measure, and then adjust. So I haven't asked you a question yet. That was a monologue. So the
It
question
was a good monologue.
The question
I enjoyed every
is,
bit of it.
if there was, is it the fee? And so I don't think you would have an issue if you're at Jerry's and you're buying 3 things that you can carry without a bag, and they said, do you need a bag? I don't think anybody would. Somebody might be irritated because they got asked, but is it the 5 cents that you're being charged, or is it the question of, do you need a bag? So, because
personally, I never want the plastic bag.
Yeah.
I never want the plastic bag.
Yeah.
Because I realize that there's issues inherent in it. But for people in our town, I'm having difficulty with the notion that we're going to get where we want to get from an environmental standpoint by having our residents pay a nickel for either a paper bag or a plastic bag at whatever store they're at, make the merchant collect it. And I hearken back to that comment I made when we had the meeting. I talked to the mayor down in Evanston where they had just done this. He said it's a nightmare. He said trying to get the merchants, he said they're already struggling post-COVID, and of course we're a little bit further away from COVID now, but still not as strong as we'd like to be from an economic standpoint. But he said it's just kind of chaos and trying to figure out how to get the nickel collected or whatever it was they were charging, and the small business people didn't like it. And the end result is, when you start analyzing, well, what's the value on a bottom line basis when you compare everything, where we're trying to get from an environmental standpoint in terms of climate action? Is it just a feel-good thing? I mean, it kind of has that sense to me that it's not getting us where we want to go, but it's causing a little bit of irritation amongst our resident population that have to pay a nickel for a bag all of a sudden at whatever store they're at, and for the merchants themselves to have to collect it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I am. It's just a conundrum for me because I really care deeply about what we do from an environmental standpoint. But I don't know if this is something that really makes a difference.
And so I feels like we're similar. You said you hate getting the bag. I'm the same. So the question then to me is, what processes or procedures are we putting in place to cause more people to do that? And that's what the nickel is. And I don't know if the nickel is, if it's right or wrong, but that is, the mechanism is to cause people to pause for a second to go, I don't need that bag, or bring their own bag, or what have you, because they might get charged a nickel. And I don't know if that's the right thing or not, but that's the mechanism we're trying to use to cause that question in people's minds to get them to choose not to get the bag.
That's a good discussion. So let me just say this. If Grace comes back for a second reading, regardless of how I vote, and she says it's going to cost us $100,000 a year, hypothetically, to manage this program, where we're requiring retailers, every retailer in town, to charge a nickel for a bag that their customer wants, and they get to keep the money. And we're saying, okay, we're going to reduce waste in the landfill, and we're going to reduce greenhouse gas, maybe. Is it worth it? I don't know.
Can we wait until she comes back with a number before we answer that?
We could table this until she comes back.
Well, I think
I get a feeling it's going to be either 4-1 or 4-0 abstention. Member Risser?
Kate. Member Agnew.
Oh, Member Agnew first.
So I think there are two things on the table. One is whatever the number is, we can still make the decision of whether these fees go to cover that cost to the city. So that's one piece of it. And I think even more broadly, I don't think that we can measure or evaluate any single one of these mechanisms that we're enacting as a city of will it change climate change? Because no singular action will, right? Organics in and of itself, like as amazing as it is, if that's all we did, that would not be enough. No single action is enough. And I think that the discussion to behavior was so on point because it's changing behaviors in every facet of our lives because it's a problem. Thank you.
That's a good point. There's no question about it from our standpoint. It's been a multi-pronged sort of approach. Marissa.
I want to say that I appreciate having the dialogue and also the time because it's not clear cut. What is the best use of our resources? Is this a regressive thing to do? What is the best possible thing that we could do? And part of me goes, a nickel, what a great coin. Because you know what? It is the only coin that is called after the metal that's in it. It's nickel and copper. What if we collected nickels? What if Edina was the city that did this massive actual nickel drive, and then we inspired a movement so that nobody had to mine for more copper and nickel to make the batteries for the electric cars. So I'm all over the place, but it's like after 10 o'clock. So anyway, I don't know exactly where I'm going with this or what the ultimate vote. I do have concerns about this being something that could be a cost to the city. And so I do want to put that out there and I want to hear the information that comes back next time.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think at least round one we've hashed this through pretty well. Let's see. So our sustainability manager would like us to entertain approving an ordinance called Ordinance 2023-18, which would amend Chapter 20 of the Edina City Code concerning merchant carryout bag reduction and grant first reading on that particular matter. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Member Agnew moves the matter and Member Jackson seconds the approval of Ordinance 2023-18 assessing a carryout bag fee and grant first reading. It'll be back to us for some further input. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the passage of the ordinance on a first reading basis as specified, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Carried. All right. That did take longer than I anticipated to. Thank you, Member Risser, for pointing out the time. Heritage Preservation Commission Century Homes Program. How patient are our residents? Our Chair of the Heritage Preservation Commission, Jane Lundquist, is here with us this evening. Hello. Emily Boddicker is assisting her. She's going to tell us about the Century Homes Program that the Heritage Preservation Commission has proposed and would like our approval of this program as outlined by them to be implemented in 2024. And Ms. Boddicker, do you want me to go to you first or right to Chair Lonsbury?
I was just going to introduce...
Or Lundquist, I mean.
Yeah, I was just going to introduce Chair Lundquist. So you did a great job of doing that, so I'll hand it off to her.
And I'll call on Chair Lundquist.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. We'll keep this moving, as you said. We're hoping you'll approve this, and I'd like to just give a few slides and a little more background. So what is it? Century Homes programs celebrate the history of homes that are 100 years or older, and it's a very simple program. Homeowners who are interested submit photos, a little report, and pay for a plaque. And it's promoting conversations about the past. I'll just interject a little personal anecdote I found out last week from someone who was looking at the Veterans Memorial website, that a war vet who was awarded in Battle of the Bulge grew up in my house. I mean, there's amazing stories to be had, and Century Homes is hoping to promote those connections.
The purpose, I think, is worth looking at briefly. The comprehensive plan has a paragraph about what our Heritage Preservation Commission should be doing. In the 4 years I've been on, we really haven't held true to this, so it's an opportunity to do some great outreach and partnership. Importantly, this gives us a chance to go beyond Country Club. The bulk of our work is looking at approval of changes in the Country Club district, but there's so much more history and preservation to be celebrated, and we want to dive into that. A big reason that this is attractive is right now our bar is pretty high. You can be a heritage resource, and that zoning and all kinds of ordinances, plan of treatments. This is a very simple, accessible program. We want to promote connections, as we said, and this last item, very pertinent given the conversation, but this is our way of leaning into the climate charge. And just to take a quick second to embrace the fact that 40% of carbon emissions come from the built environment. But if you break that down, it's not just use, which is like 2/3 of it, but it's the embodied carbon that goes into materials or demolition. So again, just being honest on what we're using and where that comes from, and this gives us a chance to build in that education as we celebrate that sometimes the greenest construction is the oldest construction and just rehabbing it. Okay. So what have we done? Last year we took a look at other cities that have had this program successfully. We got some input from other partners. This year we've been working on further input and getting everything ready if you choose to approve it. So I'll share in a minute. We did a big survey. We got more input. Critical research was on the plaque vendor and who would be our best partner there, and putting together application materials that were in your packet. We're working with staff on some of the other elements, and staff, for the record, have been hugely helpful with this throughout. If you approve tonight, it would be a program that staff would implement, and our role would switch to one of outreach. Who's eligible? We saw this map at our last presentation, but it's a good one. The deep red are homes built prior to 1930, and you can see some pockets, of course, in the northeast part of the city, but there are really some scattered throughout, and the bar graph shows that we've got already 237 homes that are eligible for this recognition, and it'll just grow from there. The survey we did, and thank you to Jennifer Benrot and her department for putting this together. We mailed to those that are already eligible with a link that they had to type in, and then we emailed to those in the country club. And it was a very strong response rate. 88% of respondents were either very likely or somewhat likely to participate given the chance. And we had about a 10% response rate, which is pretty good given the paper mailing, I think. How would this work? So staff, as I said, would build the pieces. We've provided all those building blocks and done the homework. We would be doing the marketing and research. We would send letters and do some other outreach. If people don't want to do it, they don't have to. If they're interested, they can apply. It's a rolling acceptance. The city would have a website with this basic information, and we would do a splash with the Historic Society in May to promote it. Plaque details. I have a show and tell in my purse if you'd like, but this is a very simple design. Survey input said people wanted tasteful and simple. It would have the year built, which we think is educational. The photo shows the size of it showing through a window. 90% of respondents said they would mount it by their door, which would be our preferred method. Minneapolis has guidelines shown in the bottom here of where and how to mount, and we would probably offer something similar. And lastly, if you approved, how would we leverage it? We would work, as I said, with the Historical Society. They're interested in doing walking tours once we get a mass of these homes online. House Novel is a really exciting partner that I mentioned. It's actually an Edina native who started this national website, and they are very interested. We would make participants aware that if they want to share their book report, their house report nationally, this is a free website to do so. Community Ed would be another partner, and we would look forward to spreading the word. So that's our brief report. We look forward to any questions from staff or myself.
Questions? Sorry, I was just reading your slides here.
Well, I'm taking it a little pace.
I was
know
thinking,
you guys have had a long night, so
what a great job you
you
did
didn't
on
need to
this.
read it all.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Really, thank you, Chair Lundquist. All right, questions, comments from council members? Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, thank you. So of the respondents that came back, did they come from, you may have said this, but there's a lot of information, outside the country club neighborhood of what we got, 10% back? How many of them?
They did, and we weren't able to segment it that way, but I assume, and based on reading some of the comments, because in country club, nobody's eligible yet, so I believe that at least half were from outside of.
Okay, terrific, thank you.
Other questions for the chair? All right. Ms. Boddicker, any questions for Ms. Boddicker? No, good shepherding from a staff standpoint here on this whole project. It's really, it's exciting. All right, is there a motion by one of the council members to approve the Century Homes program as outlined by the Heritage Preservation Commission and the implementation of that program in 2024?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Member Pierce, second by Member Jackson, to approve the Century Homes program as outlined by the Heritage Preservation Commission and implement that program in 2024. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Very good. Thanks for being with us this evening. And now we are on to a couple of matters involving the proposed new fire station number 2. And Chief Slama is with us. Director Teague is going to introduce the matter, and the fire chief and some of our other consultants are here as well. So, Director Teague, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, as mentioned, 2 action items. The first is an ordinance amendment that would allow the use of a fire station on the site, and the second is a resolution approving of the site plan and variances. As we discussed at the last city council meeting, you recall when we went through sketch plan, we talked about PUD rezoning for the site. As we didn't settle on a specific development pattern for the southern portion of the property, or the uses for that matter, difficult to do a PUD without knowing those things. So staff is recommending following the existing zoning, planned industrial district. However, the use is not allowed in that zoning district today. So the ordinance in front of you would allow publicly owned and operated civic and cultural institutions in the PID district. That language comes from our R1 zoning district, where those uses are allowed. So City Hall and the fire stations that exist today are all zoned R1. Staff believes that those the uses are appropriate in the PID zoning district, similar to the decision that the council made in purchasing this property. It was a better fit than the R1 property that would have allowed the use over in Roslyn Park. It's consistent with our neighboring cities. We did a survey. Minnetonka, Bloomington, Hopkins, St. Louis Park, and Eden Prairie all allow these types of uses in their industrial districts, in addition to their single-family residential district. The second piece of this is a site plan review and variances. Variances for signage to allow a little bit larger signs in the front and on the sides of the building. First floor height variance for a portion of the structure, and the transparency requirement. So if the council is comfortable with the ordinance or any revisions that you may recommend, we would recommend that you waive second reading and adopt the ordinance, and adopt resolution 2023-59 that would approve the site plan and variances. And as mentioned, the chief is with us, and the architects are on the call for any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. Questions? Council members, Member Risser?
I would like to see the language of the ordinance change on the screen so everybody watching can see it. And we know what we're being asked to vote on. I raised this at our last meeting, and my biggest concern is the way we do zoning in Edina. I want to vote for this. I believe that the site is guided accordingly. The project is in alignment with our comprehensive plan and the future land use. What I object to is applying this new standard across the industrial zone. Okay, so impacting industrial land in the Cahill district. And I just feel long-term, we should respect our zoning, we should respect the comprehensive plan, the investment we have made in it, and we should protect, the spirit of what all of that means. Okay, so that is what I'm really wrestling with tonight, and I really think, we need to do zoning in a much more transparent way. And we need to do this, by December 8th? Is that, we do have time to do this right. So, do we, I guess, why are we not creating 2 industrial zones so that we're accurately reflecting the future land use plan?
Manager Neal, did you have a point you wanted to make?
I guess that was my question to Councilmember Risser, is asking what you meant by doing it right. What would that look like?
It would look like having 2 industrial zones, so PID 1 and PID 2. And PID, whichever one you want to call it, I would think you would call this PID 2. And so this differs and it expands what can happen in this place, and it's following the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. And I think what we're doing here is setting a precedent so that we're just treating all industrial zoned land exactly the same when that's not what the comprehensive plan does. And I think it's not just going to be this ask. We're going to be asked later to do this again, to make retail changes throughout the industrial zone where it would make sense in the office residentially guided areas, but not in the areas that are supposed to or guided to remain industrial. And we've known what the comprehensive plan future land use map looks like for a long time. And so why I feel like we're being placed in a position that really is not one where we can act in a way that is responsible to the public. They have invested time, money in the comprehensive plan, and we're just pretending that all currently zoned industrial land is supposed to be guided for the exact same use.
Director Teague, do you want to comment?
The comprehensive plan is an overarching document that guides, future land use. It's the zoning ordinance that sets the specifics. So if you take, for example, in the industrial zone within the comprehensive plan, in the PID zoning district where most of that property is zoned, offices are an allowed use. Offices are allowed in our OR guided areas in the comprehensive plan, as well as our O office areas along Highway 100. So we do allow similar land uses within different zoning districts and within different land use categories in the comprehensive plan. So this type of use would be allowed in the PID district. Some of those properties are guided industrial in the comprehensive plan. Some of those are guided office. Some of those are guided office residential. They would be uniformly allowed within those 3 areas, but within that one uniform zoning district.
What is the extent of this zoning district geographically?
Let's see. I think I've got a... I don't have a zoning map, but it would be, the PID district is predominantly the Pentagon Park area along 77th up to the subject property. It would incorporate most of the Cahill district. We also have some industrial zone land. No, maybe that's office. Those are the primary areas that are zoned PID, planned industrial district.
Well, this isn't really the Cahill district, though. Is it?
The zoning on this site is the same as the Cahill
Same
district.
as Cahill District, but it's not Cahill District per se.
That's right.
Yeah, it's west of France, but east of the curvature of Park Lawn, and
That's right.
it's east of Fred Richards.
Yeah, all of the properties west of Metro Boulevard generally and east of Cahill are zoned PID, planned industrial.
And in that zoning district right now, as I walk through that neighborhood, kind of mentally, it's filled with light industrial, commercial, office, fitness centers, multifamily.
Correct. Yep.
All
Post
of those
office.
uses,
Yep.
those multitude of uses all exist in that area west of France. I'll call it east of Fred Richards. Is that
That's true.
all in the same district?
Yep.
Okay. Member Risser.
Okay, we have just spent time talking about all of the different uses that are currently allowed in the industrial zone. And when I communicated with staff about my concerns, that was the response that I got. But at the last meeting, I pointed out, if you go and you look at Chapter 3, look at page 3-30, the important thing is that the future land use for that area that's guided for office residential is limited industrial and institutional uses, and that's what makes the fire station and the healthcare center make sense in this area. Okay, so we can talk about all of the different things that are currently allowed, but that's getting off track. The point is that the space we're looking at makes sense for this development, but it doesn't make sense to just uniformly apply it across the entire industrial zone.
So you would suggest a rezoning for this site to a different zoning district?
PID2, create, and that would be all of the zoning, all of the industrial that's guided for office residential, but leave the Cahill area alone, where it's supposed to stay industrial.
That would be a rather large undertaking to rezone all of those areas. That could be separate from the issue tonight.
Maybe instead of creating a new zone, PID2 or whatever it would be named, we just do like a PUD.
We didn't.
That was what we thought we would do at the sketch plan, but a PUD, you know specifically what's going to happen on the entire site. We could have gone that
have
route.
been suffering more criticism lately too. So I think we use this as a different means to get at the same end.
So why not take this site and make it the first PID2, and you just rezone this one site to PID2, and then you open up the opportunity for PID2 to be the industrial zone that you start tinkering with more, and then when the drooling moose comes up, you know, I'm just saying there's reasons for treating the industrial land in a way that is respectful of the comprehensive plan. And what we're proposing tonight doesn't go down that path. What if we just take this, you know, parcel and go down, you know, start doing things in a way that is reflective? Because I really do feel like we need to move toward two industrial zones.
I think where I was going though is, like, we have a mechanism in place for when there is a plan for a site. And so it's just interesting to have the topic of conversation in some situations be around not having zoning that's specific to some individual sites, but then also be considering, should we create a new zone for this one particular site? So I'm just trying to balance some overall concerns with the way that we're doing zoning and rectifying that to this specific project in front of us.
Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you. Member Risser, I'll be honest, I'm having a difficult time understanding your concerns with this. In the Cahill District, we have a post office, which is a public building. We have administrative offices. We have the public works site. We have the school bus barn, which have big, heavy equipment leaving at regular intervals, just like a fire station. I really do not see why it's not just automatically already allowed in a PID district, but apparently it isn't. But the uses that exist already in our industrial areas, there's a church in the Cahill district. You know, there's a hockey rink that has a lot more traffic and a lot more retail in and out in our industrial district. And a brewery, that's right. And all of these things are already allowed. I just don't see how this use is any different from the things we already have in our industrial districts. And I don't understand the distinction that you're making.
Can we go back to the slide with the language? Okay, so publicly owned and operated civic and cultural institutions, including but not limited to administrative offices, libraries, public safety buildings. We're not talking about just making a change that will allow for fire stations and health facilities. We're talking about adding more uses to a zone that really is already. And the other thing, too, is when you looked at that Cahill plan, people were concerned about the traffic. They were concerned about, added movement through the area. And I feel like we should try to protect that industrial area in the Cahill region. And I really feel like the way we approach zoning is so loose. Maybe if we could change this so that it would allow the fire station and, health facility, but it's just opening it up to so many other things. And it's also setting precedent to continue to do this.
So when you say opening it up to so many other things, you mean so many other things that are publicly owned and operated?
Well, movement, traffic, do we want to have any industrial land that, is geared toward facilities where you've got big trucks going in and movement and, do we want to have? Maybe we don't want to have. Maybe we just want to have something that is sort of anything goes and it's not really an industrial zone.
Well, I guess one way to look at it would be based on what Member Jackson said, and the uses that we know take place over there now, and the myriad of uses, adding publicly owned and operated civic and cultural institutions, that's the modifier, including but not limited to administrative offices, libraries, public safety buildings. That's it. It's got to be a publicly owned or operated building. Does that really change much? And when you consider the multitude of uses that are already there, you've added one more use, but it has to be a public use to the landscape. I mean, how would the use change over where the fire station is over what's there now with a 132,000 square foot office building? We're going to go to 32,000 square feet with fire engines and not generating anywhere near the kind of traffic that office building generated. So I don't understand the worrisome part of it either, and I don't know. I would be supportive of this.
I actually have some other questions.
Yes, go ahead. I see you have your paper out, your list out.
I do. So first is for Chief Slama. We saw one of the comments talking about why do we need the third fire station. I think it's always good to return back to the number of calls for response that we've gotten and the change over recent years. Could you give us those figures?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jackson, for that question. Good evening or good night, wherever we're at right now. I think the specific question, I think you said third station, but I think we were pertaining to this fire station too. Yeah, so it's the second station. I might just remind everyone where this all started with a 2019 study for station location and response times. In that study, it recommended the replacement of Station 2, making it large enough to support the southeast quadrant that's growing and has a high call volume. And then a third fire station in 5 to 10 years near City Hall. And so we all remember that 2020 took a long pause in this, and that's where I think the gravity of these decisions are important. The timing is important to put a piece of critical infrastructure in that part of town that needs it to support the call volume. Member Jackson asked about the call volume. I looked at the last 10 years to kind of give an idea of what we've had. It's hard to predict call volume. Those are emergencies that we don't know when they'd come. I'd love to have the crystal ball to say exactly what our call volume will be. But in the last 10 years, just reviewing that data, the average increase in calls have been about 4.5% increase over the previous year. Much of that is attributed to EMS calls. We have about 80% EMS and 20% fire, just give or take each year. And so that annual increase is about 245 calls in this last 10-year period on an average, each year adding into that call volume. So that last year's call volume being 7,200 runs for the entire community. We're expecting an increased call volume as our population ages. The baby boomers that are now asking for more services and trying to stay out of care facilities and staying at home puts an extra task on EMS and fire response, as well as the backlogs in hospitals, putting the ambulance as kind of the first call for patients. So we anticipate further call volume, and that's the reason we're trying to stay ahead of call volume so we can keep giving our service at a high level.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. Thanks for pulling those numbers for me.
You're welcome.
My second question is about the signage on the station, and Director Teague, is tonight the right question to ask questions about the signage?
It is, yes.
Okay, so the first question I have is, and this might be for the architect, is I noticed there doesn't seem to be an international symbol for fire anywhere on the building. So I think the story of the kids being at the park right next to the Tracy fire station, not knowing it's a fire station, if those kids didn't speak English or someone was in distress and they looked at that building, how could they identify? I mean, obviously it's got the doors and you'll see the trucks and stuff, but is there a way to identify it using it in an international symbolism? And Chief, have you ever seen anything like that?
Councilmember Jackson, I'm not aware of an international sign of that other than just, like you said, the iconic look of the fire station having large apparatus doors. The glass that we have in the doors to really show off the trucks and show that there is ambulance and engines there. The signage that we have proposed in here was all based on council feedback to really guide people to this entry, whether they were on 76th Street or one of the side roads. So that was a direct input from council and others, especially Councilmember Pierce, who brought up that telling story of his family member that didn't know. So that's where the signage variance that we have to just have our patch and our symbol showcasing where you can go for help, as well as having the look of that building and the look and feel that we've tried to design to really draw people in as a community landmark.
Okay, thank you. And then I noticed that the electronic sign was facing towards France. It was on the eastern side of the property. What would happen if it were on the western side? Again, the people who live nearby are to the west, and it's cars to the east. And what was the decision on the placing of that electronic sign?
Councilmember Jackson, I'll try to draw from my memory here, so if the architects have any other information. But our thought process was when you live in that neighborhood, you kind of know where that community landmark is. When you're not from that neighborhood, you're likely driving, biking, or on the sidewalk, and much of our traffic is going to be coming from France Avenue. So we wanted to have that ability to, as you make the corner, say you're coming to a training or a public health event, or an open house at the fire station, that as you turn the corner, you identify that the fire station is there, you see the look and feel, but have ability to turn into the parking area that's going to guide you to the front door, since there is not parking in front of the fire station.
So what I'm learning as you say that is that the messaging on the sign will be usage based. So training here today, it won't be Merry Christmas on there, or come to fall into the arts. It'll be more the primary purpose, and there might be some messaging, but the primary purpose of that messaging sign is to direct traffic to activities at the fire station.
Councilmember Jackson, there would be identifiers on there just saying that it's Edina Fire Station 2, if memory serves me correctly on that sign. The policy that we have as a city, Director Bennerat might be able to help me out with, but we run the same signage on all of our messaging boards in line with the city policy and how we message out on electronic messaging boards.
Okay. So, but we would want to have that directional element to it. So it's not just messaging, it does have some directional aspect to it.
Correct.
The signs have a header on them that say Edina Fire Department or Fire Station 2, like the one on Tracy Avenue. Okay. Most messages are specific to the facility, but we do post our days of significance messages both here at City Hall and the fire stations.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. So those were my questions.
Other questions from council members? All right. Director Teague, any further thoughts here before we continue our conversation?
No.
Chief, anything else you want to add?
No, thank you, Mayor. I would just add that this is critical infrastructure for our community. It's necessary. It's going to give us guidance to be able to start continuing on with the next phases of construction and getting in the fire station. Delaying this does delay the construction and timeline of the entire project, so that's why it's an important decision this evening, and I thank you for taking that on.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Chief. Stand by. And Director Teague, you want to comment one more time for us? I think you did before at another meeting about the Planning Commission 5-3 vote, and they had some other ideas. They'd like to see the 200 by 200 foot blocks from the Southdale Design Experience Guidelines implemented, and some other things that they wanted PUD, which I think has been explained tonight by you and Manager Neal and Attorney Kendall as to why that didn't work, because we couldn't plan the whole site. Is there anything else you wanted to comment on relative to their action?
Yeah, I think those were the main items. They wanted to see the site split up into closer to the 200 by 200 foot blocks. They wanted to see the PUD rezoning development of the entire site. And because of that, they didn't support either the ordinance or the site plan.
Yep. And the 200 by 200 foot block doesn't work because of the way you need to handle equipment.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Part of the design, we did look at the Southdale Design Guidelines. That was a very important driver that we wanted to try to meet. They are a guideline, and we understand that when they were developed, they weren't thinking of planning fire stations in every part of that community, or that part of town. So the fire station has significant operational needs. The current fire station that was recommended to be replaced is on about a 200 by 200 foot lot, and it's not large enough to support our operations. So that's the reason that we did take into consideration after Planning Commission went back and information from the council and did kind of constrict the site as much as we could, but this will maintain operations while trying to meet the guidelines. We just couldn't meet the 200 by 200 foot guideline.
There are, well, strike that. There are ways you could potentially meet the design experience guidelines in the future, however, based on the way you're orienting the station and the land behind there that might be available. You might want to talk about that a little bit, or Director Teague could talk about it.
Yeah, I can, thank you, Mayor. I can talk a little bit about the design that we had. You know, when we looked at the entire site, we understood that fire department operations had to take priority. And so that was the reason for us being placed on the north side, to have quick access to 76th Street and our feeder streets into the larger artery roads. The rest of the site we wanted to take into consideration. That's why the roads are planned and developed, that we can add in those blocks in the future and break those up into smaller areas. So we believe it was a good kind of meet in the middle, and of looking at the guidelines, kind of addressing them as much as we could, but not suffering with fire department operations with that. And so we believe that we're setting the rest of the property up for the future to better line up with those guidelines. You may recall Trace with BKV kind of taking that bigger step back and saying that the guidelines, if there were no buildings, would be really easy to maintain. because there are roads and buildings and development happens in different waves and phases, that this setup that we have now really will help align us for future projects that we can line up with greenways, roads, and how we think would best benefit that area.
Okay, good. That prompt anything from any other council members? All right, thanks, Chief. Stand by again. Director Teague, you've asked for two separate actions here, two separate motions. The first motion was to approve the ordinance 2023-20, which is the zoning ordinance amendment for 4401 West 76th Street, Fire Station number 2, as we call it, and then waive that second reading. Is there a motion by a council member to that effect?
So moved. Second.
Member Agnew moves, Member Jackson seconds the adoption of ordinance number 2023-20, which is the zoning ordinance amendment for 4401 West 76th Street, and the waiver of second reading. Correct? All right. Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor of adoption of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? You voted for it?
You know, I want to say I don't want to be put in this position again.
Well, when... No, never mind. Okay. Sometimes when you have to modify a zoning to meet a community need, it's something you just have to do. Anyway, all those, yeah, okay, we got to vote. All five favored it sounds like. Thank you for that. And then the next is the motion to approve Resolution 2023-59, which is a site plan and variances for 4401 West 76th Street. That's Fire Station number 2 again. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2023-59, which is the site plan approval and the variance granting for 4401 West 76th Street, which is the Fire Station number 2 location. Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor of adoption of that resolution and motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right, good. Yeah, we've all got concerns about different things that makes it really interesting from a discussion standpoint, regardless of the topic. Now we've got sketch plan review. It's only 11:15, 11:17. Here we go. It's a familiar face from a couple years ago I see in the audience coming back to see us. And this involves sketch plan review for 5120 and 5124 Hankerson Avenue. And Director Teague has this matter as well.
Yeah, I'll just quickly tee this up and turn it over to the potential applicants. So this is a sketch plan to tear down 2 single-family homes on Hankerson, and they are proposing to build 2 duplexes. This project, should a formal application come forward, would require a comprehensive plan amendment from low density to medium density, and also a rezoning from R1, and they would request that it be joined to the existing PUD to the south, the Hankerson townhomes. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Benke and Mr. Donnet for their presentation.
Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Steve Benke, and I work with Paul in our office.
Hold on, Mr. Benke. We're going to give you a handheld microphone. I'm going to make you start over.
That's okay. Good evening, members of the Commission and Mr. Mayor. My name is Steve Benke, and I work with Paul Donnet, and our offices are at 9655 63rd North of Maple Grove. And yes, we've been before you many times, and we'll continue. What I wanted to show you tonight was a plan that we brought to Planning Commission. It's adjacent to our project in Hankerson, right across 100 here. A very successful development. We went through a lot of discussion about this as we were getting it approved. It got built, it's fully occupied. And one of the things that Paul's going to be able to talk a little bit about is the sheer number of people who when visiting the homes while they were being sold, and in the parade of homes asked us repeatedly, number one, when we'd be building more townhomes, but also when we'd be building ramblers. It's kind of a unique product in the industry because most people are trying to get as many units as possible on the land. In this case, we did have the opportunity to purchase the 2 adjacent lots to this project. The project is immediately to the north of the existing townhome project, and we are planning on building 4 townhome units in 2 buildings. They're not duplexes, they're townhomes. I make that distinction because duplexes have a different type of construction between them and can actually be built on a single lot. These are the same kind of product that we built in Grandview Townhomes of Edina. We simply have chosen a different section, a Rambler section, to provide more a home product that is more in tune with the demand in Edina. Our proposal is to do a comp plan change because of the density. We are at we are at 9, I believe, for a total density, and a medium density will give us up to 12. We are also looking for the zoning change from the R1 to a PUD, but what we're asking to do is amend the existing PUD. The existing PUD for Hankerson has all of the setbacks already included that we were looking for, has actually more coverage than we need. The benefits to the association are that all of the units would then fall under the same city zoning rules. And as far as the watershed, all of the units would fall under the same rules as far as they're concerned. We do see this project as an extension of Grandview Townhomes. It has been brought up to the board of the association at Grandview Townhomes, and they're considering it from their end. There are definite financial considerations for the association should they decide to accept 4 more units and increase their current homeowners association numbers from 8 to 12. There's definitely some economies that will happen. If that didn't happen, if they decided not to include it, then this project would have its own homeowners association. The units generally follow the same design patterns that are in Grandview. They have the same color schemes. It is designed as an extension of that project.
Except for the height.
Sorry?
Except for the height.
Well, except for the height. Yeah, it is a transition into the single families farther up the street, although I think if anybody's driven on Hankerson, you'll realize that a number of 2-stories have started to show up on the north end of this block as well. So there is other redevelopment going on in the area as well. We are still up against the back of the Wells Fargo building. We're still right up against that. We still enjoy all of the same benefits that Grandview has in terms of its proximity to the whole Jerry's area and the Vernon Avenue shopping center that's there, and the library and the dental and the clinics. I mean, essentially, this is an extremely walkable area. The building it continues to use the alley for the vehicle access, and it continues to have a urban front door feel to Hankerson, just like most of the homes on this block and the Grandview project. We're proposing this exact same building-to-building distances that Grandview Townhome has. Again, we're trying to use that existing PUD language to simplify all of our work. Obviously, when we get to a formal application, there'll be more information and material boards and that kind of product that would be brought before you to show as well. We believe right now that they'll market for somewhere in the mid-800s, a little bit less square footage than the Grandview townhomes, so they won't generate quite the same price point, which again helps, I think. We are looking at the new, when we were here before, we were talking a little bit more about missing middle and things, and the newest way to look at that is called modest densification. Essentially what we're doing is we're looking at how can we bring in a little bit more density to the project without overwhelming the neighborhood. And I think this more than does that. Yes, we are introducing 2 more units, but we're actually on 3 city lots. So outside of the fact that both existing houses are in a lot and a half, there would have been 3 houses here, so we're really only introducing 1 additional home when you look at it in that form. I think that's really the gist of our presentation for right now. I mean, obviously, when we get to formal application, there'll be a lot more details. So I guess at this point, we're just looking for feedback from council with the 2 requests, the comp plan change and then the rezoning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Benke. And would you care to introduce yourself, sir?
Paul Donnet. I live in Edina on Mohawk Trail for decades, and the applicant and the builder here. So,
good.
Build single families and townhomes in the city of Edina and other locations.
Mr. Donnet, was there anything you wanted to add to Mr. Benke's presentation before we?
No, I think he did an excellent job. I think if Mr. Mayor and the council members, if you think there's a need for this type of housing in the community, which I think there's a need because my neighbors and my friends that have lived here for decades, I get told the planning commission, and they had a little bit of a problem with it when my friends and my neighbors go to sell their homes in Edina. They've been taxpayers for decades. They contribute a lot to the community. They look for a place to go, and their children move away, and they have children, and they have grandchildren that they want to keep with them. So like I told the planning commission, this type of housing affords a nice lot where the grandparents can have a lawn, and they can have go to the same Wells Fargo, Jerry's, Walgreens, be in the same area that they've been for years and years. And they don't want to pay $3,500 to $5,000 in rent. They want to own yet. They want ownership. They like the idea of the HOA. Affords them snow plowing and grass cutting. And I'm the president of the HOA. I have been in 25 different communities, probably more than that over the last 40 years. As the declarant, I'm the president, I'm the builder, and I turn those over at 75% of the ownership. Once they arrive at that, then we have a board meeting. We elect a new board, new president. I resign, and they take over. But I'm the man until that happens. And this is the way this project would be handled too.
Is that what you did for the HOA for the 8 townhouses?
Yes, I was the president.
Okay.
We had a board meeting I think it was last fall, wasn't it? Yeah, you weren't there, so yeah. And a lot of times everyone comes that's an owner and they don't really want to be involved, but at some point they realize that it's their home, it's their community, and they volunteer, and then we move on with the new board.
All right, now all those are occupied now, all sold, all 8 of them?
Yeah. All sold.
All sold, yes.
Okay.
2 of them have gotten their 1-year review updates, corrections, or touch-ups. So we got some people who are quite happy.
Okay, good. Well, let's start with Member Agnew and get her observations here. What she likes or what her concerns are, or both?
It's definitely going to be both tonight.
You know, in general, I like the smaller form factor. I like that graceful transition into the surrounding areas. I like that these, I think, relatively to those townhouses would be a slightly lower price point, as I'm understanding. And so those things are appealing to me. And I think I also agree of where we can slightly increase density, that is a positive thing. At the same time, we don't have very much stock left at this price point. $437,000 and $407,000 homes. And so it's hard to see just continued loss of naturally occurring affordable housing. And I just learned that that definition was specific to rentals in this packet for this day. But I think that it does really still stand of there's not that much left. And so I think for me, that is the one hang up. I think Stephanie Hawkinson made a good point in her write-up as well, as these homes could be bought and they could do, if it's 3 lots, they could do $3 million, $1.2 million homes here. So those are always the trade-offs that we're making. But I think that the direct ask maybe as a result of that would be to really think of ways to keep the price point as low as possible for these, because I do think that that is a missing component of the housing stock that we have today.
Thank you, Member Reagan. Member Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my comments are similar, but to just cover the product itself, I walked in the other townhomes that you built. They were on what's it called? It's late. Parade of Homes. And so actually my wife and I walked in there and they were beautifully done. Have no doubt that these will be beautifully done as well. The hang up that I have is that what we're doing is we're replacing 2 homes that are 407 and whatever the numbers are, 437 and 407. And we're going to replace those 2 homes with 4 that are $800,000 to $900,000. And so in the community, we are accelerating, and within 7 years, the median home value in Edina is going to be more than $1 million. And so when you think about the dynamics of that in the community, I'm concerned about it. And so we do need to find a way to have homes that are at a price point that middle class, moderate income to low income folks can actually own. And we actually need a lot of that on the west side. So these are not problems that have anything to do with the sketch plan, but I am just taking the opportunity to talk about it. The other interesting point about this is, in order to solve that problem, we actually do need to rezone. So we need to do what you're asking us to do in order to go from R1 to have more medium density in the area, to be a little bit more creative in how we can provide homes at half, or maybe not half, but let's say 500 to 600,000 in that space. We actually do need to have some zoning changes. But the point that Stephanie Hawkinson made, you could tear those homes down and build your height to the max and have $2 million homes in that same footprint, which doesn't solve the problem either. And so I think for me, as a city, we do need to lean into how are we going to solve that problem. In terms of this sketch plan, I do think that I make the same point of what can we do to manage the price point to be lower actually than 800,000. And I say that I'm not looking at the financials. I don't know what the margin is. It's pretty easy to do the quick math. If you're going to sell at a price point of 800,000 and you're acquiring the property at, you know, 450, 500,000. I don't know what your construction costs are, but what I have said is the market does what the market does, and until we can, as a city, have different products in the marketplace, then we are going to continue to have tear downs and rebuilds. I do think that's a challenge that we have to lean into. But in terms of this particular project, I have no concerns about the quality of what you would develop. I think you picked a great location, right? It's walkable. It's a wonderful area. I actually walked through that area myself. So other than that, that's all I have.
Did you want to comment, Mr. Dunne?
Well, maybe we should, Mr. Mayor, council members, just let everyone else speak, and then I can address some of those issues after being at the Parade of Homes and working there and trying to address the pricing. The price that we've given at 800, that's fully finished upstairs and down with 3,000 some square feet. We do have options that you don't have to finish everything, so you can get in a lower price point. So we can go over that.
Well, the other aspect that I was kind of waiting just to see if anybody else brought it up too is that there's an infrastructure cost as part of doing this work. Sure. And it's significant enough that on the 8 units that was there, more than $250,000 was spent just to improve the infrastructure between new sewer and water and the water retention that we needed. Those costs are, there's no margin on that. Those costs are part of the cost of doing business in building these houses. But that is a significant impediment to the affordability issue. But it still has to be done. And the whole aspect of, the sewer charges and the water charges, that just goes with adding units and stuff too. But those are directly on the land costs, and the cost of the land. What everybody's quoting is what the county has for the assessed value, and that's not necessarily what the sales price is going to be. And I think we all know that. It's just the number that we have to work from. But when you start looking at the areas that we don't really have a lot of control over in terms of controlling costs, that is a big one. So just so we all know.
Thank you, Mr. Benke. Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you. So I have a couple of sort of technical questions. Currently, there are 3 lots there, but 2 houses.
There are 2 houses, each is on a lot and a half.
Each is on a lot and a half.
So when you look at the underlying plat, it's 3 lots. The whole block is 50-foot lots.
Okay. So will this be replatted?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is about extending the PUD. So we would rewrite the PUD statute, Director Teague, to include these specs, or would it be you could technically build the same townhomes? How would the PUD work?
Yeah, it would be a revision to that existing ordinance, so they would have to follow those same setbacks within the ordinance. So it would be extending that boundary line, similar to what we did with, you remember the Fred project down on 77th, where they expanded that PUD and then met those same standards.
Okay, because I really like the height of these. I think it's a nice transition into the single-family housing. The density doesn't bother me, but I really, it visually is lovely, and I agree that you want to be, there are certain people who just want to be on one floor, and as they age, and I totally understand the demand for that. So I am good with this. I guess I just want to make sure that we've got these ramblers, and when we redo the PUD, they would be ramblers in the PUD. Is that correct?
We could write that in, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't have any trouble with that.
Yeah, because
typically, when you do a PUD, there's usually the actual plans and things are part of it. At least that's in other places I've done. And we'd be happy to include that here.
Yeah.
Obviously, if there's little changes on the inside of the house, nobody really cares. It's just really more that the form and the massing is appropriate.
Yeah. I just don't see how we interrupt the market that these could be torn down and rebuilt as single-family homes, tall and 50-foot lots. So I like the variety of housing that this creates, and I appreciate that. So, yeah, if we can keep that variety going forward, I like this.
Well, I think you should. Marissa.
My big issue with this, as other council members have noted, is it's eliminating two naturally occurring houses. And it's in an area that is perfect for naturally occurring affordable housing. And, we don't have that many places that are in that price point. And this could be a place where families live, you could go to the library, the grocery store, all of those things. And I think for us as a governing body that has been articulating the need to invest in affordable housing, for us to go to the Metropolitan Council to request a comprehensive plan amendment so that we can tear down housing that we have not been being able to create in order to create more market rate, which we have surpassed what the Met Council has asked us to do. And so we're way ahead on that type of housing, and we'd be eliminating the housing we really need. And so this meeting, it's interesting. It started with somebody who came forward, one of the people during community comment, to talk about how just challenging it is to be in a smaller home and a more affordable home. So that is a problem. I also really wrestle with the idea of expanding a PUD for 2 double dwelling units that, if they were to meet our standard in our code, would have to have 30,000 square feet. And the combined lots make up 19,468. So we're talking about 65% of the land that's actually needed. When I look at the diagrams for the houses, it looks like there's not going to be a backyard. These abut onto a shared alleyway, and so I'm concerned about what the lack of, or the diminished amount of pervious surface means to the rest of the neighborhood. And I do note that with the townhomes, it was not that 25% area that the building occupied, but more 45%. So this is continuing that trend. I don't understand why, as a governing body, we would want to specifically do something that would incentivize tearing those homes down. And I understand, the idea that, they'll probably be torn down anyway, and then they might be replaced by single-family homes. But I would guess that with those homes, they would have to be required to meet the footprint, and they couldn't expand and cover as much lot area as these houses will. So that's a concern right there. And the houses that might be built, the things we talk about density, but we never talk about how many people, development might shelter. And so here we're talking about 4 units geared toward people who are downsizing. Maybe you have a total of 4 people living in those units, or maybe you have 8. Maybe we split the difference and say you have 6. If we allowed the market to just play out, it's possible we get tear downs. It's possible we don't. It's possible that the tear down, it does happen, but we end up with homes where we have, kids and all of that. So it's really a situation where I have a very, very difficult time seeing this as a benefit. And also I think it might undermine our credibility, if we're going to go to the public and say, hey, we really want you to support affordable housing and we need to do that, but we're actively engaging in action that eliminates and incentivizes developers to take out affordable housing. I think that's a problem. It's a big ask. It's a really big ask for a comprehensive plan amendment. It's a big ask to, work around what R2 zoning would require.
If I may, I think the whole idea that this comp plan change is a big ask or a heavy lift is in error. And the reasoning behind that, I think, is pretty easy to follow. Carrie, did you add those images in the back? Or was it a separate one?
Yeah, that's separate.
Okay. So, it was 2 separate ones. Sorry about that. There we are. Okay. So we're on the block of Hankerson and William, which is to the right here. And since we've already sort of messed up the lotting with what we've done with Grandview Townhomes, I moved over 1 block to the Bedford and Williams block, which is the one in the middle. And while you can see that in the northwest corner, there's 2 houses on 3 lots here, it's a lot and a half. You can still see the lot numbers across the front, the original lot numbers. These are all 50-foot lots. When you take 24 50-foot lots, 135-foot deep, and you multiply out what the area of that is, and then divide it by 24 units, you'll find that this block is 6.8 units an acre. That does not fit the guidance for low density. These lots this block is already medium density. This area of Edina is already medium density. Same thing follows in Morningside, same thing follows in Concord. All of these small lot developments were done before the zoning code came into effect in 1964. And when that came in, it really pushed Edina into more of a suburban character. And that's very evident when you look at the developments that happened after the zoning code came into effect. So the zoning code, again, doesn't address what happened before it. If the comp plan is designed to inform future use, these areas are actually going to be made less dense in the future if you follow the comp plan. I don't think that's what the comp plan is intending. I think that really what happens here is Edina needs to look at the areas that are already over the low density limits and say, okay, here we already are at medium density houses. We have to acknowledge that. That's going to allow some of this modest densification to happen in these areas by right and not where everybody has to come in and ask for these things individually, and it feels like you're spot zoning or having to change your comp plan for every little development that's coming in. We're already at 6.8 units. We're asking for 9. It's a difference of 2 houses. I'm sorry, it's 1 house. It's 2 houses on this whole block when you do the math across the whole thing. So I guess what I'm trying to get to here is that the heavy lift of changing this to medium density residential, I think, does not exist. It already is medium density residential. So I'll be mentioning this to Planning Commission, of course, too. You know, we're already at medium density, so all we're asking for is to acknowledge that and let the building happen. The rezoning to a PUD, yes, I understand that R2, which is twin homes, is 30,000 and it is an existing zoning class. These are townhouses. They're done differently than duplexes are. Townhomes are not a currently, they're not a current zoning in the city of Edina. And I've mentioned it 2 other times before this body. It's a missing element that, again, would help these kinds of developments happen. And I think that that is something that really should happen in the future.
Member Risser, further comment or inquiry?
It doesn't, when I say it's a heavy lift for a lot of reasons. It's our credibility. We want to get affordable housing. There's that. There's the whole process of amending the comprehensive plan. It doesn't change things in a way that would be more systemic. It's just for one specific project. You brought up the term spot zoning. People have different definitions of it. This came up at the Planning Commission. One of the definitions is where you are allowing something to occur that you wouldn't allow in the rest of the area. You know, where you're making a special exception. And, you know, when I look at all of the single-family homes, and they're supposed to have, like, you know, limit the coverage to 25%, you're going way over that. So it's not just that one piece of it. It's asking a lot and asking for something that other people do not get. And so there's that. And I do worry. I did hear from a neighbor, you know, worry about just the character of the neighborhood. And yes, you're bringing down the size, but it really is a matchy-matchy kind of architecture that, you know, differs very much from the rest of the neighborhood and the block, where, you know, you bike down that block and you see different colored houses, you see different shapes, you don't see this uniformity. So there's a lot going on, which makes it, to me, seem to be a really big ask. And, you know, I do worry about all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get that block map back up again? And I'll talk to you about that in a minute. Thanks. So when we went to this exercise a few years ago of approving the townhouse project on the corner where it says Grandview Townhomes, Town of Edina.
Right.
There was a multi-family building on that corner.
Right.
Yeah. And then it transitioned from that multi-family apartment building right into a single-family homes as you march north on Hankerson.
Correct.
And so those 2 homes now that were just north of the multifamily, we were careful about trying to keep enough separation so we maintained that kind of R1 single-family home integrity so that they didn't feel like they were getting encroached on by what you were building as a 2 or 3 story townhouse project. And I have to say it came out really well. It looks good over there. And to Member Pierce's point, I don't think anybody up here has any doubt about the quality of the product that you would build.
We appreciate that, of course.
So, and I look at the site plan, and I like the way you kind of matched up the fronts along with the townhouses in terms of the setback, front yard setback, so that there's some uniformity there. And I think that looks good. And the fact that your backyards are smaller, non-existent, I mean, I like the idea, and I liked it with the townhouses too, that you came in through the alley. You had the opportunity of having access to your property 2 different ways. And instead of having 8 townhouses with 8 driveways in the front with parking, with the garages facing the front. You see beautiful townhouses with the garages hidden in the back and there's access through the alley. That would be the same thing that would happen with these. The challenge I've got is, go back to that street map again, would you, Mr. Benke?
No problem.
Is, wrestling with this notion of you're just kind of marching north on Hankerson and we're saying, okay, we did PUD on the corner and now we're going to change it from R1 to PUD and we're going to go from multifamily to 8 townhouses and then we're going to go to 4 single-level townhouses and then it's going to transition into single-family homes. That R1 does mean something, and I just have to think that through. That might be more me personally than anything else, because I realize the demand. Mr. Dene talked about it too. The demand for the product.
Right.
Because I'm hearing about it all the time from realtors that we need more townhouses, and it was the first thing. Member Pierce mentioned we talked about a project over off of Brenton Road in Londonderry. What about a townhouse product? Well, he may or may not have known about this big demand for townhouse product, but I know it's there. And it's a market demand that you're trying to respond to. And in terms of the affordable housing issue, if we're going to be in that business, we got to figure out how to be in it. But in the meantime, I'm not, at least for me personally, I'm not going to let the market, what happens in the market, interfere with what we should be thinking about from a affordable housing standpoint. So the question for me becomes, is it okay to keep encroaching on an R1 zone? And maybe you got some thoughts on that, Mr. Benke or Mr. Dene.
Just an observation. I do think that at a certain point you maybe wear out your welcome in an area a little bit. And we've already brought one other project before you for a review. And I think there was another one that's only been through Planning Commission so far that we, and it's near this, but not on this block or anything. We get opportunities, and clearly we're going to look at those opportunities and bring what we feel are the best ones to you. This one seemed to fit very well, and because of that, we were very encouraged on moving this one ahead and getting it, before you, and then presumably moving it into a construction stage. It just feels like a nice way to finish this one.
Okay. Could you get that street map back up there again, please?
I think I have it on. Yeah.
There it is. Okay, so remind me, we're on William on that south
we're actually
west corner.
Yep.
Number 149. What's there?
That's the group home. That's a duplex.
That's a group home. And then I remember when we talked about this when you were here for the townhome project, that there's all kinds of scattered side-by-sides in this neighborhood, as I recall. Remind me of that.
Actually, if you go a block and a half over and then south on Grandview Lane, essentially that whole block is twin homes.
Yeah, so you go over to the west behind the apartment building and then down that street behind the apartment building.
Correct.
It's all patio homes. They're twin homes?
They're all twin homes, right.
Mm-hmm. Duplexes, yeah. So the neighborhood's filled with a variety of different kind of housing.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Dene, go ahead.
Yeah. Everybody talks about affordability, and I guess if I reflect back on the last 100+ homes I've built here, when I first started, I was building them on 55-foot lots, East Edina, and they were selling at $650,000. So today, a lot of that increase, a huge amount of it, just reflects in the cost of the land. And Edina has there's a tremendous need for the land here. So how do we best use our land and offer the products that are needed? And everybody thinks these homes, the affordability, we should keep these 2 homes. A lot of these calls that I get over the decades of people who want to sell their homes, I go into those homes, and I'm not going to say many, but probably 1 out of every 10 is not habitable. The basements are moldy. The walls have wallpaper of dog hair. The owners they've neglected them, and they need help. So, and I'm not saying that these two homes are in that state, but often if I find a home and they want to sell it and it's for a tear down, I'll tell them the truth. Remodel your home or just try and sell it, but it's a nice home. Don't tear it down. So you have to evaluate every house that we do. And that's 100 and some homes I've done in this community alone. So we just don't tear them down recklessly. I mean, I evaluate them, and many times I'll say, this home is a beautiful home, fix it up a little bit and resell it. Maybe you can resell it in the 5s. Maybe you can resell it in the 6s. But a lot of times that's not possible. And I know I have the owner of the two homes here tonight, and maybe you want to comment on the homes, and
I could.
Okay.
Would you identify yourself too, please?
Yeah, my name is Dennis Bornfleth. I live at 5124.
I remember your name from when we went through the townhouse project.
And
I think you had some
I'm also
comments.
open to any questions that you might have regarding.
Yeah, you submitted several comments at that point in time.
Yes, I did. So these two homes, I'm sorry, the question was condition of these homes, or was that the question?
Well, if you want to turn these into a 4-building, if I try and build a single family and tear these down, the price of that single family is going to be not $1.2 million. It's going to be $1,350,000 to $1,450,000. Just reflects the land and the cost of construction today.
And then 2 units versus 4.
Yeah.
Which is something that affordable housing has kind of brought up too. And Manager Hawkinson mentioned that her overall assessment was that she wants to increase the density in this property because it's very close to commercial. And she's also given her a thumbs up to this project. It was the letter that's in the package that you have, and so she's pretty much in favor of this project. And I'm sorry, my name is Dennis Bornfleth. I live at 5124 Hankerson Avenue. I also own 5120, which is the home right next door. And just as far as these, as far as the project next door, there was feedback from the neighbors when this was being developed and so on. And I think probably the two things that the neighbors were most interested in was that the area be developed, which it was. And second one was that we were hoping for maybe closer to 4 units, which is what we're looking at for this project. So I think overall it's a good location. And but any questions for me regarding the process?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you if, and I know you'll give us a candid answer, but your neighbors to the north that have housing there, some of them are new, I think, tear down rebuilds. What's their view of this whole idea?
Regarding the 8 Grandview townhomes, or these 4?
Regarding this new idea, we're tearing down the 2 houses that you own and putting up 2 townhouse units that are single level living.
I think if it was the taller 2-story, 2.5-story, there might be more of an issue, but these are ramblers designed as townhomes. So the height is basically the same as the 2 ramblers that are there now, maybe a little bit taller. And like I say, you're doubling the number of family units that are there now. You have 2, and you're doubling that to 4. And overall, if you look at the project, you're going from 7, the 4 that you had there, and the 3 ramblers. You got the potential to go up to 12. I mean, there's a lot of talk about density, but you're going from 7 to 12. That's a 71% increase on the same 1.1 or 1.2 acre lot. So. But overall, I haven't heard of any negative feedback, just because of the size of the properties, and And these are old. These are built in the 50s, like me, so they're due for a facelift. And so, any other questions? Or
all right, thanks, Mr. Borncliffe. Did you have something that you wanted to say, Mr. Benke?
Just full disclosure, because we were asked the Planning Commission, we have not done a neighborhood meeting yet historically. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. No, just full disclosure, because we were asked the Planning Commission, we have not had a neighborhood meeting yet because historically it's happened, before the formal or with the formal application. I know they asked about it. It is something that is going to happen shortly. We'll notify, like we did for Grandview Townhomes, we'll hold a display meeting over at the library like we did for that one. It's very convenient. And, we'll certainly answer any questions that any neighbors have for us.
All right, thank you. As we've been sitting here this evening, I'm looking behind you there. I'm thinking that those are the folks that own the apartment building. That you must have developed a real good working relationship and personal relationship with them after they sold the property. So interesting to see them here. Thanks for being here. All right, I think that concludes it.
Okay.
Unless other council members have anything they want to add. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Copeland. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Okay, hang in there. We got one more topic of substance to discuss. Manager Neal has this one.
Thank you, Your Honor and members of council. At your previous city council meeting, there was a discussion among the council that you would like to see a small area plan prepared for the Lincoln Drive area. Mr. Teague and I have discussed that and provided some scope to it, but brought the formal action as we suggested that we would, bringing you the formal action tonight for your approval. If you approve this, this will go. Part of what happens is that this will become part of the work plan for the Planning Commission, but we'll also begin to put in the staff work about how things are structured, how committees are structured, how the timeline might work, what kind of paid consulting assistance we might need, etc.
Okay, questions for Manager Neal? Yes, Member Agnew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I know that what you just said was that you would come back to us or, kick off the discussion about timeline. But knowing all that you know about these small area plans, what is even just a range on realistic timing to do a project such as this?
12 months for sure.
Thank you.
And we think we ought to finish the Cahill small area plan before we get too deep into this one too. In terms of kind of getting a finished product that we're all on board with.
Member Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I certainly support doing this. My only caution is, I think something I might have said in the working session. We shouldn't do a small area plan in this space with the same paradigm we have today. And so if we're going to go through the work to do this, then we have to be thinking about creatively about how can we bring affordable ownership townhomes in this space. I didn't want to get into it with Danae there, but we absolutely could have in those two spaces build two affordable homes. We have a mechanism to put that land in the trust. We just don't have a construct as a city to go buy them. Mm-hmm. And so that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And so they were going to answer my question in the current paradigm. Mm-hmm. And so I use that as an example. We can't do the small area plan there in the same paradigm that we have today. And I don't know what we do to ensure that we're kind of giving that guidance, but we do need to make sure that we do that. So other than that, this is definitely something that I support.
So your notion is that take a look at it as a blank canvas and think about everything as a possibility.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I think everybody has been supportive of it. I've been kind of mouthing off on emails to people from the neighborhood saying, I think we'll have a unanimous vote. But I said, that's just my opinion. I haven't talked to anybody. People favoring it. The one issue that did come up with a few residents was this issue of whether the small area plan, if it's approved, ought to be accompanied by some kind of moratorium. And I don't know if that's an issue that people want to talk about tonight or not, but at some point in time, we could probably discuss it before this thing gets put together. Remember, Rissa, maybe had a thought?
I think we should table any talk about a moratorium. But I do want to say this has been something that should have been done for a while. And I know we've been getting a lot of pressure from people to do it. And I just hope that people understand we may be, at least in my case, I am supporting it, and a big part of the reason I'm supporting it is I really believe this should have happened years ago. So the pressure's there, but this is something that should have happened.
Do you have a comment?
I do.
You get your notes out again?
I got my notes out again. So yeah, I'm in favor of doing this. What I do want to have as a proviso is that it has to include how we can that this area has to include income restricted housing. And that's the term I want to use rather than affordable housing. We're going back and forth about that, but I do think that we need to, in this quadrant, this is probably the best place.
You're making a distinction between that and attainable. We hear that phrase, attainable.
Well, income restricted. So attainable could be 120% of AMI, 80% of AMI. It could be affordable, which is 60% and under. I don't want to have to say exactly what it's going to be, but I do think it does. We need to have a discussion about including income restricted housing here, so Member Pierce, I kind of think that's where you were going. I don't know if that is or not. But I think that we should do a small area plan, but it should include guidance on including affordable or income restricted housing. And I don't know how we write that in, but is that along the lines what you were thinking?
Yes, I think what we probably could benefit from is just some education on terminology with manager or director Hawkinson. So yeah, but that is what I'm talking about. Probably not income restricted. I thought that meant something different. I thought that was almost like rent control.
No.
So
the person who can live there has to show what their income is. So I could buy a home that costs $100,000.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't qualify as being income restricted
to be able to buy it. So
yeah.
I just think,
So
having.
But the idea of it not all be 100% market rate.
Yes.
Is what the negative.
Member Agnew, then I'll pass along a thought.
I'm struggling with this one a little bit, and I think in some ways it's easy when we get 50 emails to, hear that and want to respond to that and want to give it an opportunity. And I don't inherently think that a small area plan for this site in particular is a bad idea, right? Especially, I forget the exact number, but when we're talking about the 40-ish, 44 acres, that's a sizable area. But I think the part that I'm struggling with is the way that the conversation and the dialogue evolved, and feeling so much that the intent of this was not wanting this kind of housing in the area. And it almost feels, and I understand, and I definitely appreciate, Member Jackson, what you added to that part of the dialogue. But it almost feels like a way of saying, hey, we could get to a great project here in the short term. And I know that, whether or not there's a moratorium is maybe not the topic of discussion today, but it just feels like, hey, yep, let's wait another 12 months plus, especially if we're considering putting this after the Cahill District Plan. And we're now then saying a year and a half, 2 years before we start the process potentially of looking at this site for housing. And I'm not saying I'm going to not approve this or that I'm not in favor of it, but it's just kind of the best description that I can give to not feeling great about making this decision.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Member Jackson.
Yeah, so in response to that, this idea came from a conversation that I had with some residents when we were walking the site. And I've heard from a number of people who want to see affordable housing there, whether at the site that's proposed or at another parcel in the area. I think the proposal that came to us as a sketch plan will rise or fall on its own merits. I don't want to see this as a prohibition or a preemption on that decision. And so, we'll see what kind of funding they get and things like that, and whether they come back to us. There's huge demand in this area for more to do, places to go. There's literally nothing on the west side of town. And I think there's also demand for affordable housing in every quadrant of the city. And this gives us the opportunity to start laying that out and have these, going to be some difficult discussions in this group. It won't be a smooth ride. But I just, after that discussion of the property on Vernon, I had no idea what the demand was for something to go on in that part of town. And this is a real need. And I think that this marries both the discussion about affordable housing and the need in the neighborhood. So that's how we kind of came up with it. And so I don't think it preempts affordable housing. I don't think it preempts this project that we've been looking at, but it does open up a discussion for this untapped need.
Member Pierce.
I don't. So I did meet with the developer and kind of teed up that we're going to do this small area plan. I think this is to your point. I actually don't think we should have a moratorium, because if we do, then nothing will happen until we're done. And so that's actually not my intent. If we can give some guidance, and I talked about this a little bit with the developer, but if we can give some guidance on what we think this area will be and how we think we see the small area plan coming to life, how we envision this space being utilized, like that doesn't take us a year to do that. And then to your point, then the developer can decide if they want to bring a project that could actually help us frame what happens in this space. I think that's a healthy way to do it. And then I do believe, I will say, I don't think having a 6 or 7 story apartment complex in that space is the right thing to do. And whether we do a small area plan or not, that I'll still have that opinion that I'd like to see us have affordable townhomes, a community there that's different than what's there today. So whether it's a small area plan or not, but that's kind of how I am processing through it.
I'm going to rely on Director Teague here a little bit, but as all of you are giving your thoughts, I've been thinking about the different small area plans that we've worked on, and I don't remember any of them or going into any of them with any preconceived notions of what would unfold. I'm thinking of like 44th in France. Their Edina Cleaners was down there, and they were going out of business. And the whole conversation was, well, what are the possibilities here? And will we see what happened there? 50th in France, the group that's down there, the Nolan Mains group, came with an idea that came out of the blue, that we were only going to work on the north side of the street, and they came with an idea that caused us to change our thinking about the whole area. And even down at Valley View and Wooddale, I think that there was at least one part of that conversation that involved if the strip mall ever went out, if those guys ever sold it, would housing be appropriate there? And if so, how tall could it be and still be compatible with the neighborhood? So I think to the point that you made, Member Jackson, I think you're kind of on thin ice to me when you say, we're going to study this area, but by the way, it better include this. No, I don't think we should do that. I think we should just take the Pierce approach. It's a blank canvas. All of that's going to work itself through. I mean, that I think will come up as one of the ideas because of the location. And everybody up on this dais has said, when we started this whole process on sketch plan, yeah, it seems like theoretically a good spot for affordable housing. All right, let's go from there. But I think with the expectations that, how you populate that task force, we usually about 12, 15 people, planning commissioners, a small group of them, and then neighbors get involved, and then some professionals, and then some other folks. I don't remember, how we populated the different groups, but let them work is my idea. Let them work and come up with the ideas, but don't go in there with any preconceived notions, because then I think people think, well, this is just kind of window dressing. You're just putting off what you intended to do for another year. At least that's my thought. I think so. I think I'd be inclined of not having, not mandating that something be included in the small area plan study. Just let them go about their task and see where it goes. Member Risser?
I agree, and I think we should just vote on whether or not we think there should be a small area plan.
All right. You're kind of politely calling the question. Let's go for it. I think we've gotten people's thoughts on it here. So Director Teague has put a motion together for us. And the motion is to add the following item to the Planning Commission's 2024 work plan for Q1. A small area plan for the Lincoln Drive Highway 169 neighborhood node. The area includes the 19 acres north of Londonderry Drive, west of Lincoln Drive, and the 25.87 acres south of Londonderry Drive, made up of 5901, 5816, and 5995 Lincoln Drive. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the motion as stated, involving a small area plan to be commenced by the Planning Commission in Q1 2024 for the area described. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And then I think there'll be time for more of this kind of discussion we've had tonight as we move along here and kind of set the tone for the whole thing. All right, let's get to commission correspondence. I'm sure nothing else has come in. Manager's comments.
Just one thing. I had the opportunity to attend the annual conference of the International City Management Association. This is my annual professional association that I've been attending for a number of years. The council has always been very supportive of my professional development there. It was in Austin, Texas, where it was hot. and I was there Saturday, Sunday, yesterday, and flew home today for the council meeting, and I was recognized for having 35 years of service as a city manager.
Oh, very good.
Thanks. That's it.
Did you get new boots and learn to do the Texas two-step anywhere down there?
Neither.
Neither. All right. That's it. All right. Let's roll right down from you. Member Risser.
Just a reminder to everyone, if you have concerns about airplane noise, I am your person to talk to. I am on the Noise Oversight Committee, and I did go out. I've been attending the meetings at the Metropolitan Airports Commission, and I haven't been hearing, not that I want to hear a lot of complaints, but I have not been hearing anything from people, and so just want to get the word out that if you have concern about airplane noise, send me an email or leave me a message. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Jackson.
Yes, thank you. So I attended the police department's open house, and that was a lot of fun. And you can see, first of all, there were kids everywhere, which was great, and they were thinking, but I loved all the cooperative groups that we're part of. We saw the bomb squad and the SWAT machine and everything, and everybody was so polite and just really enthusiastic about the work. So I want to thank everybody for putting that on, and thanks to the members of the community that came. It was a really good event. On council business, I'm going to throw this out here. When we talked about the fee, raising the taxes for the HRA, we talked about what is our housing strategy, and I want to keep pushing on that discussion, and I would really like to see at some town hall meetings where we can discuss among ourselves what is our housing strategy, because I really don't think we have one articulated. I'd love them to be public meetings where people can come and listen, and even where we would have the discussion and then take public comments afterwards so we can get feedback on the spot. But I'd like to see that happen. We haven't had a town hall for a long time, but I think this is I love the idea of doing creative problem solving that Member Pierce has raised, but I think it has to be a discussion where we can pull in the public, and I think there's a lot of creative things we can do, but I'd like to see that move forward. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Member Pierce.
The only thing I have is I'm going to miss Heidi Lee. We worked on race and equity, I think that was 2018. And one of the things that we recommended is that we needed to hire somebody who, all they did was think about how to execute the ideas and the push forward from a diversity and inclusion perspective. And I would often just joke with her that I was surprised that she was still here because it's hard work, whether you're doing it in the city or you're doing it in a corporation. That is hard work, but she did it well. And when I found out that she was leaving, I have to admit I was a little sad. So I did connect with her, and we will continue to do, morning coffees or whatnot. But definitely want to just thank her personally for taking the mantle and owning that work. And I think the city is better and from having her in that role. So we'll miss you, Heidi. I'm sure she's not watching. I wouldn't be at 12:30. But that's it for me.
Thank you for that. Member Agnew.
So yes, just yesterday, is it technically Wednesday, so maybe 2 days ago, I had the first Community Education Advisory Council meeting of the school year. So excited to be involved in that. We did a working genius assessment and kind of just thought about different working styles and how that plays into each other, but excited to see how that continues to take shape and what I'll be able to report back. So thank you.
Thanks. Just a couple quick things for me. Question for Manager Neal. I sent you an email. I think all of us got it about the lighting, the alleged lighting issues at 4040 West 70th Street, shining into the neighborhood. Okay, good. And then the chief and I and Manager Neal are meeting with Chief O'Hara from Minneapolis tomorrow. So we'll talk about some of the issues that we have common concern around, and that's it for me. That prompt anything from anybody else? All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion? We got multiple motions. It's a uniform. Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds. Motion to adjourn. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adjourning say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. We stand adjourned. Thanks for that.